So, where were we? Right. Okay. I have clearly already walked around a little. Oh, there's another thing here. Some sort of something.
At your service, Fatebinder. What do you need?
Okay, nothing new from her. Hello. Hail to you, guardian of the law. The man dressed in merchant finery greets you with a smile. If you have a few excess rings weighing you down, best unburden yourself before battle. You know that if the disfavored suffer a merchant in their camp, that must be a man selling only the finest provisions and armaments. He points to his collection of shields, rations, satchels, wineskins, and other sundries. Take a look and see if something interests you. My lord father is familiar with trade. Might I inspect your stock? I love being an oval. He hesitates, and then corrects with a welcoming smile. Of course. By all means, I have nothing to hide. This is now my favorite habit in this game. Just pestering merchants to see if they have a license to sell the shit that they're selling. He makes a show of removing a crate's lid and showing off his wares with an open palm. His supplies are all perfectly ordinary. You see nothing out of place or unauthorized by his mercantile license. Oh man. Bro. The kleptomania of being a player in an RPG. It's kicking in. We can always quick load. Smells like petal grass in here. Have you been selling something you shouldn't? His eyes go wide. Petal grass? But this is absurd. I never touch this stuff. He gets off his speech and frowns. Oh, I recognize this for what it is. Though I admit I assumed things were more orderly in the military. He sighs. You won't find any contraband here. Of that I can assure you. And I've traveled in the company of the vaunted Iron Legion for enough of this conflict that my honesty can be vouched and defended. It can take quite a while to schedule a trial. Pity if you had to wait out the rest of this war in a cell. Shit. I'm willing to dispense with a lengthy trial for a small donation to the court. Oh, you can be such a bitch. Do you really want to challenge your word against mine? Fatebinder, try to understand. My honesty is at stake here. Hi, Windows Explorer. Some merchants are willing to compromise much for rings or favors, but my trade depends on my reputation. It would be simpler for me if these accusations didn't go all the way to Tunon's court, but come what may, I am prepared to defend myself in the eyes of the law. Fair enough, you can go about your business. Your generosity knows no bounds. I am a merciful god. Don't let Kairos hear me say that. How did you come to work? Okay, I should reload that. I should fucking reload that. Oh boy. Because I just really wanted to see where that was going. Okay. Everything seems to be in order here. I'm glad to hear it. There isn't a temptation in the world that would steer me from the good favor of Tunon or Kairos. You're welcome, buddy. So how did you come to work with the disfavored? It's gonna be an ad in 3 seconds. Hard work and good suppliers. When Tunon's men came to my village, all the merchants were given different lists of what they were or weren't permitted to trade. He smiles, hands on hips. In Kairos' wisdom, my record must have been a good one, because I was given the right to trade in all manner of goods. Most importantly, arms. Not a lot of merchants can legally sell weapons. It was like that even before Kairos. Well, let me see your wares. I'm gonna shut the fuck up about them. Pentibor rubs his hands, eyes alight. Let's see if you can find something you might like. Jesus Christ, sir. All of that for this? Seriously? Okay, well, you know. You don't even have a bow I can take. You're a fucking joke, bro. Six to 8 slash. She does a lot more than that. Yeah, no. That is not happening, buddy. Even compared to a sword, still more. Yeah, no thank you. I might sell you some shit though. Can I sell you shit? I forgot how to sell. Oh, here. Wait, what's that? Random stuff, that's what that is. Hide is just... Why is it so valuable? That makes me worried. Why is a piece of hide so fucking valuable? Well, it is true I only have one. I'll keep it. Might be important. Maybe it's a crafting material that's rare or something? Besides, I don't really need to buy anything, so... I'm good. We'll be fine. Well, this has been delightful. Goodbye, Pentibor. Watch yourself, Fatebinder. That better not be a threat. Arrows with fletched precision and care. Lovely. Hello. Itching to get back into the battlefield. Okay. Hello, Barik. You can't make out the ironclad soldier's expression under his twisted helmet. He merely stares at you. Okay. Hello, Rona. Got no time to chitter, too much armor to mend. Speak to Uncle Pentibor if you've rings to trade. Okay. Adorable. Ooh, Aminos. Aww. Cute. Hello. Stay vigilant. Keep an eye on those scarlet chorus over there. I will, I will.
Good thing I keep a torsion wrench handy.
No one's mad at me, right? Nah. Nah. Ah, all good. All good. Hello. Hello, sir. Pungent odor emanates from the sack slung over the soldier's back. It's a little concerning, sir. Just a tad
Can't do that. Sorry, I can't.
Okay. So that was the maximum we can go here. Oh. I see. Interesting. Let's go this way now then. What's that? Fresh straw in the corner of this prison cell absorbs much of the stench. Stench of what? Just watching the troops. Oathbreakers already had their chance. No use in wasting cell space on traitors of Kairos. I see. Ah. Nice. Still holding up despite us sitting around on our asses for the past few weeks. Isotanus curses the air as a blade of thin iron breaks in half beneath his hammer. Repairing weapons with scrap isn't exactly why I got into this craft, but our supplies are spent. Why not forge bronze? Bronze will do in a pinch, don't get me wrong. It can take a beating and get bent back into shape, unlike the stubborn iron we have here. And we always have plenty of tin and copper laying around, so supplies aren't the problem. It's a rare smith who can churn out military-grade bronze consistently. More often than not, it comes out soft. Look around camp. We're garbing the Legion head to toe in iron because it's cheaper and easier to produce for the masses. Couldn't do that with bronze. They called it disfavored the Iron Legion for a reason. Strategy and skill may be our backbone, but our claws are made of iron. The good stuff that comes from the smiths in Lethian's Crossing. You mentioned an iron shortage? I'm afraid so. The last shipment sent down the Matani went missing near Echo Call Crossing, and I'm afraid we won't be seeing any more now that the valley's sealed. Forge-bound iron is Tunan's responsibility. Why is this the first time hearing of it? Keep your voice down. Raven Ash doesn't want to cause panic or pass any information to the Vendrian Guard. Best case scenario, the iron tumbled off a boat and is rusting on a riverbed. Worst case, it ends up in enemy hands. I think you have like a diplomatic community, so you can take whatever you... Yep, pretty much, I've noticed. Okay. If I find myself in Echo Call, I suppose I can keep an eye out. I appreciate that, as does the Great General, more than you might guess. Maybe he isn't quick to offer his thanks to outsiders, but I know he'll be grateful for your help. It would be a boon to the war effort if our iron was recovered. You can trust me to handle this. I knew that Tunan wouldn't have dispatched you without good reason. The court isn't exactly known for gambling when the stakes are high. He glances to a crate beside him and points to a small set of notches on the wood. You see that? That is how we tell apart our iron shipment from the rest. Inconspicuous, so people don't go snooping around. You want to keep your eye out for these. Good hunting. Okay. Gotcha. Keep an eye out. Need something else? I'd like to see your wares. Ooh. Fancy. I found dagger. I found helm. Heavy armor. It's not really my thing. Light armor is more my thing. Not really my type of staff. Pricey for now. A little. I could make the... If I really wanted one of these, I could get the money for it, but... I don't really want it. And I am currently enjoying walking around in my proper professional suit.
Sorry,
My
I can't.
diplomatic garbs.
Sorry, I can't.
Oh, hello. Word travels fast, Fatebinder.
Can't do that.
Not sure what you mean with that. But okay.
Sorry, I can't.
Okay, now we go to the middle where there's like clearly something to do, so let's see. Just for me? Thank you. Does magical accent, which is slightly increases the strength of a spell. Cool. Learn that shit. Hell yeah. Nah. Look at me. I look awesome. And we're matching! Black and red, I just realized. That was not on purpose. What the fuck's going on here? Watch yourself. Can't wait to get out of this camp. Hey, better quip. Glory to the voices of Nerat. Projecting his salutation for all to hear, the grinning blood chanter raps his staff against the ground as you approach. Fatebinder Domina, I presume? His smile quickly retreats, giving way to a sour scowl. I am Bitter Quip. I am here as the emissary of the Scarlet Chorus. You think he put on a bitter face just to say his name? Bitter Quip looks at you impatiently. So, what's it like working with your sworn enemies? He scoffs, looking away from you for a moment before sniffling and returning his attention to you. Reporting to the Iron Hag. Holy shit! Reporting to the Iron Hag is an insult. She fought one duel for her title. One, her leadership must be continuously proven, earned, and defended. Weakness should bleed to the bottom of the army, not rise to the top. My assignment here isn't also an insult, but one I will bear for the good of the chorus. Bitter Quip sniffs the air, smiling with one side of his mouth. Paranoid much? Bless him. What can you tell me? Oh, sorry. If only to see with my own eyes the field of this favor, that will be a fine day. Of course. What can you tell me of the Scarlet Chorus? The chorus is the future of the tears. I feel only derision and pity for those who fear our inevitable ascension. What in particular would you like to know? Tell me about your leader. He is supreme commander and public servant. He who sets us free but directs all. Bitter Quip smiles as he talks, his face turning flush. The voices of Nerat is the epitome of what each of us can be, a magician without equal and the leader of uncountable numbers. He is also a complete madman, but sure. The voices in the chorus are one, conquering, expanding, growing, changing, always stronger. Glory to the voices. Of course. How did you come to join the chorus? The doctrine of strength speaks to me, and I answered its call, as did some of my arcane peers. I took to the chorus almost instantly. Unlike most, I cried not for the life of comfort lost to me. My magic invokes fear and terror, and I easily established my dominance over a pack in my early days in the chorus. If you're so curious about it all, perhaps you should visit our camp and see for yourself. Of course. I'm sure that would go well. What is your role in the chorus? I'm a blood chanter. My magic can turn the will of man in the tide of battle. I have held command for 3 years now, though being forced to keep an eye on the disfavored is not the reward I had envisioned for my service thus far. There you go. Sounds as if you really like the voices of Nerat. He blinks several times and scowls, saying nothing. Okay. Tough audience. Bitter Quip nods as you depart. Jesus Christ. So, it's not very friendly. A meager portion of game simmers in the large copper pot. Fragrant spices attempt to mask the potent smell of whatever creature they've decided to cook. Lovely. Wonderful.
Sorry, I can't. Interesting.
Some fucking sandals. Hell yeah. But I'm still wearing my ceremonial boots, so
Dang.
maybe later. Right. That's where I'm supposed to go. We'll go there in a second. Jeez. I assume that's where I sleep. From your vantage point, you see tents trail off, obscured by the rising smoke of campfires. The soldiers you see appear somber and quiet, a calm before the storm. Ah, so that's not reachable. Gotcha. Okay, let's just talk to these two goofballs then. I am Lucia. This is Marcus. The disfavored soldier points to the armored man next to her. And you must be the Fatebinder. That's me. From under her helmet, you hear an audible scoff. We've been assigned to babies. Assigned to your hospitality. Marcus quickly interjects. While you remain on disfavored ground, if you should need a place to rest, you can make the necessary preparations. We can make the necessary preparations. What can we do for you? Marcus, tell me about yourself. Not sure there's much to tell you. I trained at Fort Resolution. This is my first campaign, and I'm proud to be with the Legion. I was wounded at the Gates of Judgment, but Graven Ash's protection mended me good. I owe my life to him. You're never beating the fucking undead allegations. Are you bragging that you let your guard down and took a spear to the gut? You really shouldn't boast about a filthy tearsman besting you in battle. You're just bitter that Lord Ash never seems to notice you. In all seriousness, I could take that spear again if it brought honor to the disfavored. Kairos knows we could use it. We are the elite fighters of the Northern Army, but somehow we still lack the Overlord's confidence. Shakes his head and sighs. Lucia? Tell me about yourself. I do this. She unenthusiastically lifts up her heavy shield. And I do this. She mockingly stabs at the air with her spear. Lucia shrugs. Playing host is not my strong suit. Ignore my sarcasm. I've seen the Legion through my share of the campaign. After so much bloodshed, our pretenses of honor can wear me down. She turns a cautious eye your way. The North is my home, and I consider each and every one of the ironclad bastards in this camp to be family. You won't find another army where each member of the phalanx is as beloved and cherished as the next. You seem handy with a weapon, Lucia. I'm handy in lots of ways, believe me. She winks. Oh! Okay. Well, okay then, Lucia. What a flirt. I know! That came out of nowhere. Okay, ma'am. Please buy me dinner first. Or at least a cup of coffee. Just, come on. Christ. Lucia, are you flirting with Tunon's Fatebinder? She absolutely is, Marcus. Shut the fuck up. Relax, Marcus. There are plenty of camp slaves if I ever need to scratch an itch. Although, through the visor of her helm, you notice our Lucia's eyes roving up and down your body. If you ever need someone to warm your bedroll, let me know. I sleep in my armor. Hope you don't mind. I like Lucia. She's fun. How have your skills fared in battle against the Oathbreakers, Marcus? The armor stays on. That's amazing. I love it. Oh, man. Anyway, Marcus, tell us about yourself. Every battle is a reminder of the Legion's superiority. The Oathbreakers have plenty of heart, but nothing to beat our northern values and Graven Ash's love. If you ever want to enjoy that feeling, I can spare you the time of the day to cross Iron. What's it like serving with the disfavored? In spite of our name, the Legion commands more honor than any military on the face of Tyranny. Unlike the Chorus, there is tradition, discipline, teamwork, and unity of purpose. Marcus looks out across the camp. There aren't many of us, but it's better that way. We're a tightly knit family bound together by trust and glory. Accurate enough. After seeing the disunity and bickering of the younger realm defenders, I feel lucky to be in the most agreeable Legion of Kairos' host. Even if we're not always the most efficient. If the Legion boasts so much honor, why are they disfavored? I already know, but sure. Insufficient reputation. Bruh. I'm afraid that isn't for me to say. Others around camp might be able to tell you more, but I don't freely discuss the Grey General's history to outsiders. But you'll say that it involves the Grey General, which is already a telling clue, you idiot. Drat. At least the Iron Marshal isn't within earshot, or I'd be washing my mouth out with wormwood. Good fucking job, honey. I guess, Lucia, I would like some training? Finally, some fun to break up the monotony of this siege. She was the better fighter, to be fair. Assuming that it's actually training. If it's not, she was still the better fighter. Nah, it is training. What do they give? Dodge is fine. One-handed's useless to me. Athletics is fine, I guess. I have used it a bit. Current rank. Ah. It also gives me level. Ah. Interesting. That cheap. Ah. Fine. How does she not using one-handed weapons? How does that make any sense? I guess it's just the maximum number of ranks the other lady can... No, that doesn't make any sense either. Confused noises. Hmm. One second. I need to figure this out. One-handed. That is your level until what you can train with her. Yeah, but then why would it start at not 0 for some of those levels? This doesn't make any sense. She's at level 22 of one-handed weapons. Where's my dodge? Well, my dodge was high, so fair enough. Hmm. My athletics is pretty high as well. What can we do for you? Lucia. What about you? Marcus, training. Oh, I thought maybe he... Oh no, he does teach a few different things, but none of them are bows, so it doesn't really matter. Well, that was fun. We learned a lot of dodge.
At your service, Faith. What do you need?
Nothing at all, apparently. I couldn't even flirt back with Lucia. I'm sad. Insufficient reputation still, yeah. Okay.
On it.
I think that's everything. That's everyone. Oh, that's that dude. I remember the dude. Okay. Let's go talk to the important people. Yesterday, you chid me for wishing to wait. Now you suggest an even longer delay? Perhaps the voices in your skull ought to come to a consensus if you wish to be taken seriously. Oh god. Good advice is flexible, changing with the moment. Besides, now we're agreeing with yesterday you, today you something. We know you hate going into battle without overwhelming odds on your side. If you're so terrified of a challenge, why not wait? I don't need your heckling. I need your scouting reports, or better yet, confirmation you quelled the Oathbreakers in the Outer Valley. Oh, that? We will solve it in our own time and way. We must make at least a token effort to show all... Mercy! They have already shat upon our mercy once before. These gutterborn south... No, I can't even finish reading!
That's 4 reports of avalanches in the mountains now. The Tearsmen can barely count past 9. They have neither the capacity nor the cause to close off the mountain passes. Either way, that leaves the 2nd and 4th cohort trapped outside the valley.
The Archon of War pounds his staff on the ground to punctuate his words. A large and imposing man to begin with, his profile is made larger still by his hulking suit of armor that hums with mystic energy. Okay?
Or it's the work of your perfidious Earthshakers. Only a fool would not suspect a traitorous Archon of poisoning the mind of his students with sedition. We would have killed the Earthshakers Guild for their master's treachery, but I'm sure you have some perfectly valid reason for allowing them to live as your pawns.
The Archon of Secrets passes a scepter between his hands as he speaks, twirling the rod in hypnotic circles. Oh, what the fuck? You hear the voices in your head. Well, hello there, Fatebinder. We'll be with you in just a moment. Oh, that's so meta. What the fuck? What the fuck was that? Emerald luminescence seeps from the seams of the Archon's ragged red robes. The glow is most noticeable where his neck ought to be. His mask seems to float and spin, never pivoting or bending naturally.
Hey, watch yourself. When these two get going, you don't want to get between them.
Hello, are you hooked yet? Oh, I was hooked the first fucking day I started on this. The Death Knight vibes from the other dude, yeah. No, I prefer the Lawful Evil dude, Raven Ash. I 100% prefer him already, so. I kind of want to remain silent just to see where this is going.
I always know you've run out of things to say when you resort to mocking my vassals. If we are to speak of treachery, why is it that my scouts see the Scarlet Chorus warriors defecting back to the Vendrian Guard? Your fearsome reputation has gone flaccid, for it seems you cannot control your soldiers. Or perhaps you simply choose not to.
He's gonna claim that they're spies. My lords, the Fatebinder has arrived. His favored commander raises her voice, trying with little success to speak over the Archons. Perhaps we could table this discussion and let our guests speak?
Speaking of strategic failures, who was it that insisted the valley would need only a token garrison? For some strange reason, we can't seem to recall which balding halfwit grossly underestimated the enemy. Thoughts?
Not gonna lie, kinda love this dude. Thoughts? The Archon of Secrets. Oh, what is he telling me now? You hear the voices in your head. Can you hear us, Fatebinder? Cough if we have your attention. Oh, for fuck's sake. His leather-wrapped hands flipping the heavy rod with an effortless flow. Cough.
And I thought you had left agents within these Tearsmen when they surrendered. Either you failed to see this coming, or you knew and let it happen. Incompetent or in cahoots, either way, this mess has your filthy stink all over it.
It's like he's jingling keys in front of us. And he's using the keys to communicate telepathically with us. The Archon of War lurches forward, resting his weight on his war maul as blue luminescence crackles around his armor.
We look forward to seeing you explain to Tunon why the Archon of War could not close the vice on this trivial little insurgency. When we are crowned the ruler of the Tears, we shall have this place renamed to Ash's Folly in your honor.
I kind of like the guy. Okay, let's see what he's telling us. Good, good. Now pay attention. You might miss something. Okay. Not gonna lie, he's baiting the fuck out of me. I'm so curious.
If I could trust the information I get from you and your conscripted mouth breathers, perhaps I'd order my cohorts around a bit more aggressively. But last time I trusted your all-clear report, my troops failed to come home.
Oh, Ash, old boy. If you're going to have a little sob every time one of your nieces or nephews dies to the tearsman, perhaps we should have Siren sing you some calming lullabies to help you cope with your grief.
You hear the voices in your head. Take care that you don't learn too much, Fatefinder. An excess of knowledge, of curiosity even, can earn unwanted attention. Oh my god, this is so cool! That was offensive? What was offensive? Damn. This feels so meta. Mouth breeder. Oh. They've been insulting each other left and right this entire time. I don't think that's the worst thing they have said or will say to each other. Hold your tongue. I will not have you denigrate the honor of our fallen brethren. I'd be doing us all a favor if I cracked open that excuse for a head. Holy shit, ma'am. Relax. They bicker like children, do they not? I meant only to say welcome. Welcome to our guest, Fatebinder. And not a moment too soon. Hey, they noticed me! Oh, that was awesome. Governor Domina, long have we been honored by your iron. Now we are honored by your presence. I must apologize for my lord's tempers run high of late. His favored gain major favor, Graven Ash gain major favor. Glare silently.
Ah, the fire starter has arrived. Welcome, welcome. Our agents tell us such lovely stories of what you did at the Vellum Citadel. Have you come bearing another fragment of Kairos' wrath in tow?
Yes.
My soldiers tell me you helped Commander Drotus on your way through Edring. You honor the court with your selfless cooperation, for that is the sort of camaraderie that Kairos demands of us all.
On the last of his words, the Archon of War glares at the voices of Narod, furrowing his brow as he utters the word camaraderie. Graven Ash gain average favor. I have no reason to give them sass, but also being... the rest of it's just a waste of fucking time. I come bearing an edict of Kairos.
For the second time, Brother Tunon selects you for the glory of proclamation. You should be honored.
Not really.
Tell us, what has the Overlord decided to unleash upon the Oathbreakers?
You're not gonna like it. In honor of your incompetence and disarray, the edict will execute every living thing in this valley unless Ascension Hall is taken by Kairos' day of... Oh. Right. Christ, that sentence. Unless Ascension Hall is taken by Kairos' Day of Swords. Yep. I'm honored I bring a nuke to end us all. Yeah, it's like, I'm so honored that I brought a nuke of which I cannot escape. Yay. It's wonderful, isn't it? Oh. There it goes. There it goes. The Overlord's loyal servants must hold Ascension Hall by Kairos' Day of Swords, or all in the valley shall perish. The earth sways with each word you utter, the air thickening with warmth as you pronounce the tersely phrased commandment. Its every syllable drafted by the hand of Kairos. With the edict proclaimed, your pulse quickens, and the muscles in your legs, worn from a long trip down the mountains, feel renewed. The tired limbs now nearly buoyant with vigor. It healed me?
The Overlord means to compel us into action. No doubt the avalanches in the mountains are part of this ultimatum.
Correct.
We must conquer the Oathbreakers or die in failure. There is no room for error, and no other way out of this valley alive. We'll need to advance across the Mittani. We lose everything if we stand still. And we move to backup Plan Green. The Earthshakers didn't make it over the mountain in time. So we do this the hard way. Over the walls instead of through.
Maybe it was like a pat on the back to encourage you. Yes, Kairos is known for being so kind and encouraging. Well, I mean, the edict is pretty encouraging. It's not very nice. The Archon of War taps a finger against his temple. A low rumble escapes from under his breath. His beard. Okay.
So you found your backbone at last! Oh, we were worried past humiliations would make you soft, timid. That was a record for you, right? A baker's dozen lost in one sortie. If you had waited for the chorus reinforcements, maybe we'd have eyes and ears on the matter.
The Archon of Secrets. Oh, here we go. Watch him squirm. So many tears over replaceable, expendable, useless soldiers. I miss the old Archon of War. You'd never see blood echo in a blubbering mess over a few dead killers. He'd used the knuckle bones of his best disciples for jewelry, and even made a breastplate out of his dead brother's ribcage, because that's how a real man deals with grief. It's just, I love that like sprinkling of I hate to use this terminology, but that sprinkling of like toxic masculinity right at the end was just mwah! Real man. Holy shit. Oh, I love it. That was beautiful. I was liking this character a little too much, and they were like, no. He can't be a lovable asshole. He has to be an actual asshole. I was like, oh, okay, fuck. Be cruel all you wish. You're just wasting valuable time. Subterfuge. Oh.
The Fatebinder is right. We're acting not as leaders, but as children. I've no time for your foolish japes and petty taunts. We should focus on the objective at hand, and that is taking the Mittani River, and then advancing to Ascension Hall and ending this edict.
There's no need to be insulting them, Jesus Christ. Enough talking, there's work to be done. My lord, Barik and his band have been drilled on the Echo Call assault plan. Oh, the Crescent Runners should be briefing him as we speak regarding the latest enemy movements along the river. I will dispatch him at once. Barik. Commander of the Stone Shields. Okay. And I will ensure the chorus stands ready to march. If the disfavored can take the river, the chorus has the manpower to secure the outer ring of the valley.
Our soldiers clamor for battle, and at last we shall have it. Verse, we command you to continue guarding the Fatebinder. Tunon's chosen is our honored guest, and must be shown our finest hospitality.
Now I'm worried.
I won't let you down, boss. She'll get through the campaign in one piece, as long as she doesn't do anything too stupid.
Thanks, Verse. Thank you for the vote of confidence.
And, Fatebinder, one last thing. We still haven't forgotten how you handed over our agents to the disfavored just before the burning library sparked into being. We would be a fool to believe that Tunon sent us an impartial Fatebinder, but prove us wrong. Prove us wrong.
Mm-hmm. Get fucked. Suit yourself, Fatebinder. The more you ignore us, I shall continue to ignore you. But it has been fun communicating with him through the fucking...
Finally, the fool and his puppet are gone. Perhaps now I can hear myself think. Rarely do I question Kairos' judgment, but I will never understand why the voices of Narot is given such authority. I shudder to think what will become of us all should Tunon favor him in the end. Though the edict threatens the Scarlet Chorus just as it threatens us, I cannot shake the feeling that our allies will work against us.
Don't think so. I would just end up with us all dead.
You've shown your worth in war, and your name has been known to the Legion since the very beginning of this long conquest. So I'd ask that you join us this one last time, to help us wrap up this last objective. If you wish to be counted amongst the glorious, speak with the Iron Marshal. She will direct the order of battle until we are ready for the final push into the Citadel.
I'm short a few scouts, short a few soldiers, short a few everything. I'm sure my brethren would be grateful for the assistance of a skilled outsider. What of the Scarlet Chorus? How will they be helping?
I ask myself that question often. While we take the river crossing, the Scarlet Chorus should be using their sizable presence to remove the Oathbreaker patrols lurking in the outer valley.
I maintained a sizable force outside the Citadel. We need the Chorus's manpower to scour the region. Otherwise, the Oathbreakers will attack at our heels once we cross the Mittani. I'd be honored to help. I will be at the training grounds, readying the soldiers. Find me there when you're ready. And though I am loath to mention it, the Chorus can likely use your assistance. They certainly won't secure the outer valley on their own. Fifth Eye will be somewhere in that rat's nest they call a camp, due east. Seek him out if you must. Okay. That was something. Hey, Verse. How did you do that? Do what? Back in the Archons' war tent. What do you mean back in the Archons' war tent? We are in the Archons' war tent. You cast an edict as casually as reading a supply shipment. How did you do that? Well, I've done it before. You cast the Edict of Fire on the Vellum Citadel. I heard about it. How Kairos' anger raised a volcano from under the sage's own fortress. That was some impressive work. That was me, all right. Well, call me impressed. Considering that you've read the word of Kairos more than once, I'm surprised that you're even alive to tell of it. Your vocal cords should have turned to ash by now. I'm not trying to make you feel uncomfortable. It's just worth recognizing that recognizing what you've done. Not only are you Tunon's Fatebinder, you're the mouthpiece of the Overlord. Gives me plenty of reason to stick around. You're going places, and I want to see where they lead. That's enough for now.
At your service. What do you need? Have you what? Until then? The Scarlet Chorus is... What do you need to know?
Check if she has anything new. Okay. That was a lot of bootlicking. Oh, it absolutely was. That was a lot of bootlicking.
On it.
This battle report from Echo Call Crossing blames the failure of the assault on the village on the Scarlet Chorus. Apparently their scouts failed to report critical intelligence about the enemy composition. Archon of War lets out a long sigh as he surveys the maps and models splayed about his desk. He glances over his shoulder, making brief eye contact with you, furrows his brow, and turns back to his contemplation. First time you proclaimed an edict, you gave the enemy a suspicious amount of time to ready themselves. I chalk it up to excessive mercy for a backwards people. But when the edict is against your kin, that order you follow to the letter. Cute. Just gonna remain silent. Be gone from my tent. I tire of these endless distractions. Oh god. Oh! No! I didn't mean it. I'm sorry, sir. Fuck. I didn't mean it. Sorry.
What do you need?
Okay, that's just that.
Will do. It's all in the reflexes.
And that. About the Archon, may we speak a moment? Oh, okay. Okay, we may not speak a moment. He is a busy man. He is. So I've seen. Oh, new people here. Okay. Hey guys, you still vibing over there? Welcome back, Faintbinder. Lucia here was just mentioning that only because you asked that you've been a real asset to this favorite ever since you arrived. Not that anyone expected different. He beams at you with pride. Aww. Thank you. Is everything else still the same? Why are they disfavored? The story is common knowledge, but we don't discuss it here out of, well, it's not considered polite. It has to do with Graven Ash and the rise of Kairos' empire. I'm sure you can put some of the pieces together. Ash and Kairos weren't always in the best of terms, but all of that has changed. By rights, we should have a name worthy of our vaunted reputation by now, but maybe someday, after my children's children have inherited my armor, we'll have a better title to call our own. Is it still? Okay, no, it's still limited. Okay. Do you have anything new to say? Back again? Have you so little to do besides standing around at this favorite camp? Okay, well, hello, sir. Fatebinder Domina, am I right? I'm Sevius, commander and third generation disfavored. Specifically, I'm Sevius the Younger. Some folks can't keep track. The rank says commander, but lately I'm just organizing patrols and trying to stay out of the way. You should talk to Iron Marshal if you have something official that needs discussing. What is it you need? I overheard you asking that Earthshaker where their reinforcements have gone. Is there a problem? I'm afraid so. Radix, the head of the Earthshakers, was supposed to arrive with a group of his most competent spell singers to help break the stalemate. I don't know what's holding up their arrival, and that worries me. If you are at all inclined to lend a hand, we could use some arcane support on our side. I could lend a hand. Could you? I knew that Tunon's agents wouldn't fail us in a time of need. I'll mark the last known site of our Earthshaker's reinforcements on your map. Good hunting, Fatebinder. Why do you think the siege is delayed for so long? Should have been over real quick and simple. The first cohort arrived in the valley and went right for the kill. That was before we knew the Vendrian Guard had sages and that water witch on their side. Water witch? A bigger problem is the Scarlet Chorus. They eagerly conscript the Vendrian Guard, but I have no proof of this, but it seems they do very little to keep a watchful eye on those drafted tiersmen. They are often sent out on patrol, and we suspect they use that opportunity to escape back to the Vendrian Guard. Every Chorus conscript has a choice: life under Kairos or death under the army's boots. By all means, feel free to cut down those who choose the latter. We won't be offended. Just so we don't mistake each other, I know what I'm saying carries an implication of treachery. I'm not making a formal accusation before Tunon's agent. I'm just voicing my gut opinion on the matter. The two armies haven't worked well together in years. Why do you think that is? Come on, Binder. Seems like asking why beasts stink. The disfavored are only too eager to deliver Kairos' peace to the tiers, while the Scarlet Chorus brings only mayhem in their wake. You can tell the Voices of Nerat has a plan, and I'll take your word for it. But the Chorus sure seems to blunder around, never moving with purpose as we do. I wonder if we've been fighting the same war soldier. I've seen Ash yank his precious soldiers away from more battles than he's won. If you want to call that progress, be my guest. Unless we find a way to work as one. I fear that the Scarlet Chorus will step in front of the Graven Ash's strategies at every turn. As far as I'm concerned, it seems like the Voices of Nerat is here to amuse himself while the rest of us are here to do our job. Tell me about yourself. Not much to tell. My father was Sevius the Elder. His father was Sevius the First of his name. Lead drill master of Ash's first Iron Guard, back when they were the Bronze Guard. I was born into the Legion, and with any hope, I'll die in the Legion. The rest you will hopefully hear about when the storytellers immortalize me. Fair enough. He was in the Bronze Guard, so your family must have been with Ash since before he was with Kairos. Ah, you know your history. The blood goes back that far. Not the memories, as I only ever knew my father. My grandfather was just a legend. One of Ash's best warriors back before the disfavored were reforged in iron. I'm proud of my heritage, but I try not to brag. There are folks who love the Legion every bit as much as I do, but they lack the same pedigree. You should be proud of your pedigree, my good dude. Thanks, but I try not to think about it too fondly. If anything, every time I screw something up, I wish I wasn't dragging the family name through the mud along with me. Fair. Back to my other questions. Farewell. Okay. Still nothing here. Okay. Anything new from you, buddy? No, nothing new here. Anything new from you, ma'am? Nope. Oh, Barik, I heard your name earlier. I remember you. These are just regular old goofballs. Supposed to. Oh, there's a hidden
Sorry,
person
I
there,
can't.
I think that's where those two goofballs are.
Sorry.
Anything new here? Can I just go talk to the Iron Lady something something? Okay. Don't just coddle the impact. Push back with your shield. Take the momentum. Iron Marshal Arrhenius, field commander of the Disfavored, pounds her fist in the air as she calls out to the warriors on the training field. I said eyes on your opponent's waistline. If you spend more than a glance checking his footwork, you've lost. The Disfavored officer turns to you, adjusting her pale golden surcoat. First among equals, charged with being the duties of leadership, logistics, and training, there is rarely a quiet day for the second in command of the Disfavored Legion. Yeah, she is tall as hell. Hell yeah. Reminds me of a certain vampire mummy. Need to stay. Hi, Saucer Taco. Need to stay on top of the troops, or their skills will rust. It's for their own good, even if they don't believe it. You love the Warhammer stuff? Well, unfortunately, I've already finished that game, but when the next DLC comes out, we'll play it again. I am also a big fan of Warhammer. Well, 40k. It's for their own good, even if they don't believe it. How are your warriors reacting to the edict? Kyrus's ultimatum has the camp on edge. Some with dread, but most are rife with anticipation. She points to the men sparring in the field. We have a lot of brothers and sisters to avenge, and the warriors are eager to take out some aggression. I, for one, choose to see the edict as a blessing, for it forces the generals to act, and we're long overdue. Anyway, they said you have a side quest for me. What's up? Fantasy Warhammer? I just don't know that much about it. I've heard a few things here and there, but not much. I remember something. Was it Fantasy Warhammer that had the end times situation thing? I remember something about that. People were pretty upset. Ah, yeah. At least that part is the end. There you go. Yeah. I remember that little detail. It is upsetting. Yep. It sounded like it. If they did that to 40k, I'd be pretty fucking upset, not gonna lie. It was mentioned you're short on warriors and need help. What's the situation? I have brigades amassing along Placid, Echo Call, and Little Tooth crossings. The Vendrian Guard may be able to hold one bridge, but they cannot hold against a concerted three-prong attack. I have no right to give you orders, but... Her words falter, a short cough breaking her flow. But we all die to Kyrus's edict should we fail. So I'm not about to let my pride blind me to the value of good help. What happened last time? Taking the crossing and certainly my help. This is the second major attack on the river, correct? What happened last time? Defeat in detail. We carved a bloody path up to the river, but at that point, everyone who charged ahead was lost. We had no chorus backup. It was just a few disfavored squads. I can't tell you exactly how they were defeated, but we lost the whole assault team. We found bodies washing up in the river for days. It's not often the Tearsmen put up such a good fight. It certainly made us reevaluate the number we'll need to take this valley. Really? Are you sure our scouts didn't give you all sorts of details about the enemy and just chose to disregard our warnings? We can pass out blame after the war. Only the Oathbreakers matter now. Quite right. Getting our emotions into the mix won't hasten this campaign. It's the value of taking the crossing. We can't just march from here to the Citadel with the Vendrian Guard manning the riverbanks. Fording troops and supplies through even the narrowest point of the river makes us vulnerable to attack, especially since our armor wasn't built for swimming. I'm gonna have to close my door. Bless it. People are being very loud in my house. The Disfavored need my help. We can take the river. We have a clear march to the Citadel. And Ascension Hall will be ours in no time. Okay. The Disfavored need my help? Trying to pour salt on my pride? No. Just asking. We left Fort Resolution with 100 on 100. 100 on 100. And there have been no reinforcements or reserves. I keep throwing warriors back into battle before they're properly rested. So yes, I need to rely on our allies, especially since most of our allies are conscripted tiersmen, worse than useless. If this favor didn't take every opportunity to insult the Scarlet Chorus, perhaps you'd find our help more forthcoming. You are... Verse, you just admitted that you guys are willing to sacrifice all of our lives, including your own, and the rest of us, because you took insult? Some people's priorities are a little weird. Shut your snout, filthy mongrel. Holy fuck! Okay. That was, a little excessive. I love how my two options are to agree with her, which I don't, or you speak out of turn and offend our host. Apologize. Like, Jesus Christ. Can't I just say, sweetheart, you're wrong. Chill. Jesus Christ. Well. Sorry, Verse, but you're wrong. You want me to what? Yep. Yep. Fine, I'm... You know. I should have kept my big mouth shut. Mm-hmm. What's my help worth to you? Wait, I'm not gonna do that. I'll assist. Then our plan just might work. We are loath to work with those who do not share our training and our values, but we know that Tunon the Adjudicator selects only the most capable minds for his court, and I trust you will honor us all on the field. Sure. Antio will be leading the charge at Echo Call Crossing. Assisting you will be Barik... Oh, that guy, Barik. Of the Stone Shields. She points to a heavily armored soldier standing sentry at the edge of the training field. Before you ask, no, the Forge-bound weren't sloshed on Dappleseed when they fitted his armor. He survived the full force of the Edict of Storms, and this armor doesn't exactly come off. Tactically, it's quite brilliant, but otherwise, it's something of a curse. Tapping her helmet twice, Arrhenius signals to the hulking presence. Barik, come meet the Fatebinder. Hey, Barik. Oh, you are stuck in there, aren't ya? The soldier that steps up to you better resembles an amalgamation of rusted blades and mismatched pieces of armor fused into a vaguely human shape. He reeks of sweat, feces, and whatever oil treatments keeps him flexible. Ew. Great.
Fatebinder, the Iron Marshal has tasked me with keeping you alive, and I have no intention of disappointing her. That should be enough assurance for anyone.
Could you take a shower? Can I ask that? It is an honor.
Likewise, good Binder.
The soldier heaves a heavy iron arm into a salute, his whole body clanging as he wraps his gauntlet against the twisted sheets of metal that form his breastplate. Please don't move too much. I think it makes the stink worse.
Barik, is that you under there? I had no idea you were in Vendrian's well. Fatebinder, do you know this walking anchor?
You two know each other?
No. Oh, that is to say, yes. I'm already as familiar with this ironclad halfwit as I care to be.
We don't have time to trade jabs today, Verse. After the siege, you can throw as many tantrums as you please. I suggest that we remain focused on the mission.
No offense to the mission, but seeing you looking like a garbage heap and reeking of a mass grave is more amusing by far. Did you forget how to don your armor, or did Graven Ash leave you out in the rain?
Well, he's alive, so clearly he did not. But he could have probably helped him a little more. Perhaps with a shower? Barik sighs, a frustrated growl, shaking his iron enclosure of a suit. I know him as well as I knew anyone during the conquest.
That can change. When the tiers are fully under our command, I'll take you to whatever passes for a watering hole in this forsaken country. We'll drink the local swill to honor the fallen.
Not gonna lie, I'd rather not.
Forget the fallen. I know a great brothel in Lethian's Crossing where we can watch something rise, then fall, then rise again.
She's delightful. The Fatebinder will be joining us for the push across the river. I figured an extra hand might help, and more importantly, if my worries come true and the chorus tries to impede the mission, we will have an observer from the court on our side.
Better to work with the honorable binder than some chorus children.
He nods to you, his armor creaking as he bends his neck. Jesus Christ. You are not defeating the undead allegations. I asked if Barik accompany you there to arbitrate the cooperation between his company and the Scarlet Chorus. Barik, you've been without a cohort since the last Battle of Stalwart. It's time we gave you a task more worthy than hauling wagons and leading training drills. Ash has assigned you to the Fatebinder's service. You're to assume this task is ongoing until we find a more permanent spot for you, which could very well mean the swiftly approaching end of this war, or when the Fatebinder dismisses you. Is that understood? He stares at her in silence. That's an order, Barik. She shakes her head and sighs, returning her focus to you. He can be as stubborn as pulling a spire out of the earth, but he's a good soldier. I hope you don't mind the company. I'm honored to have a member of the Iron Legion at my side. Excellent. I look forward to your successes in the field. Oh, yeah. Oh, God. We've made a friend. A stinky friend, but a friend. Gotta go prepare dinner. Try not to think about the smell that comes out of this dude while you're anywhere near food.
I can't.
Jesus Christ. Does she have anything else to say? Troy's near. Preparations are almost complete, but we aren't moving fast enough. Hey! I said round up those javelins, not a suggestion. She folds her arms, looking at you expectantly. What's your role in the Disfavored? I am Commander of the Iron Guard, Sir Master of the Disfavored, and Captain of the 3rd Burial Company. High Command, okay. Commander of the Iron Guard, doesn't that make you second in command next to Ash? That I am, but I view it a very, very distant second, and I have no plans to outlive the immortal Graven Ash. So while by tradition I am Executor, or I suppose Executrix of the Legion, I hope never to act on that sacred duty. Make no mistake, Graven Ash is the mind of the Disfavored. I am but his right hand, a student of his military genius. Where have you seen battle? Let's see, Gates of Judgment, Bastard City, quick jaunt through parts of Haven, then on to Stalwart. She looks up at you with a shrug. And finally here. Vendrian's well. Quite a tour it's been. Back to my previous questions. What can you tell me about Ascension Hall? Kyrus' edict is directing us to take Ascension Hall. That's what the locals call the inner sanctum of the citadel, built at the base of the mountain spire. She points east towards the narrow, vertical line of stone that rises above all other points in the horizon. It's also the base camp for the Vendrian Guard, so taking Ascension Hall has always been one of our objectives in putting down this insurrection. But now, we have a life-or-death reason to make that citadel our one and only focus. Who's the strongest warrior in your cohort? Modesty demands I omit myself, but if I had to form the Legion into one giant phalanx, I had Sevius the Younger and Barik take the corners. Sevius has been at this since before I was born, and Barik, well, what? I'm neither deaf nor fragile. Say what you were gonna say. I was going to say that you're perhaps one of the best warriors in the outfit, but good luck getting you to wear your regulation uniform. You're a good soldier, Barik, but you know you're a pain in my ass. I'm honored to be assigned one of your finest. The honor is mine. When this campaign is over, I hope you'll accompany me in hanging more Vendrian savages along the road. Think of the stories we'll have to trade. I'd rather not. Okay. And that's it. I think we've talked to everyone. So we can go out. Hey, I have a buddy now. Do you want to talk? Welcome back, Finkbinder. What does he need? Just wanted to see if Barik would say something. Barik? Nothing. Anything here? Okay, nothing. No. You can see if Lucia and the other dude say anything about him, to him. Or he says anything to them. What can we do for you? If you ever need someone to warm your bedroll, let me know. I sleep in my armor. Hope you don't mind. Barik, so do I, but you don't hear me bragging about it. Oh, that's funny. That was worth it. Okay. Nothing new here. Which means maybe the blacksmith might say something, but that's about it. And then we'll just have to talk to him directly. Nope, nothing.
You look as if you have something on your mind. By all means, what can I do for you?
Here we go. I'd like to know more about you. I am the line your enemies cannot cross, so you're my tank. Thanks. All other details are meaningless, but I suspect you have some thirst for details. So ask away. Did you seek the trade of war, or did it find you? Both, I suppose. I knew fighting was in my blood, and that this favored offered me a chance to use my skills to bring peace. Otherwise, I'd have wound up some brigand or an enforcer to a crooked merchant. You think Ash and his legion bring peace? That's cute. But it doesn't hold water from where I'm standing, big guy. I've seen them spill as much blood as any chorus gang. You've clearly been too busy sacking villages and stealing crops to notice how a proper army conducts a war. We sow order, not discord. You two are worse than national voices. Whatever. Enough of this. You're making us look foolish before the Fatebinder. Yes. May I continue my story, or do you plan on interrupting me again? Barik waits until Verse makes a rude, dismissive wave before continuing. The disfavored needed recruits in anticipation of the march south. They offered to care for my mother and brother as long as I stayed with the Legion, which is a better guarantee than you'll find anywhere else. Christ, I'm so tired today. I was an elite fighter as far as most were concerned, though still green by this favorite standards. Luckily for everyone, my skills improved under the Iron Marshal's rigorous training. Tell me about your name. Barik is a shortening of my northern surname, which has been passed down through the generations since Graven Ash assembled his army. I go by it because I wear it with pride. The proper form is Barikonen. Beyond its age and associations with the General's Legion, the name of Barikonen has no great titles or associations. I hold no claim to a great house or legacy, save for the disfavored. They are all the kin I need. What's the story with your armor?
It is a symbol of Kairos' will, one that I am not likely to forget. I found this armor. Perhaps it would be better to say that it found me during the Edict of Storms.
What happened? When we heard that Kairos would proclaim the edict, we rushed into the field to battle the forces of Stalwart. I was shoulder to shoulder with some of the Legion's most decorated veterans, and my pride blinded me to the danger. Our march was a hasty one. A cohort of disfavored soldiers vanished in the second year of the war, among them the daughter of Graven Ash. After a long silence, we learned that she was held in the fortress of Sentinel Stand. Oh boy. As we surrounded the citadel, I heard the opening peals... Peals? I heard the opening peals of thunder, as did the scout I was busy trying to kill. Then the winds hit like an avalanche. Many of us begged Kairos for deliverance. What else were we to do? The winds knocked the legs of our offensive out from under us. All the decorated soldiers I brought to battle were swept up and dashed to pieces, their armor and bodies mixing with the dirt of a tornado that spun into maddening revolutions. A piece of the citadel wall broke off and nearly crushed my skull. I only remember a few scattered moments from the storm, like the flying bits of bronze and iron cutting my flesh, the severed limbs of fallen soldiers tumbling through the air. Eventually I woke up thinking myself trapped under rubble, when I rose and felt like I was buckling under my own weight. That's when I realized I was stuck, right and truly stuck, inside this heap of scrap. What happened to the daughter? She was trapped behind the walls of Sentinel Stand, imprisoned by Kairos' storm as well as the fortress itself. 1,000 soldiers standing shoulder to shoulder could not have endured those winds to rescue her. I have a suspicion we'll be finding her. How did you survive when everyone fell? That is a mystery to me as well. Did Kairos hear my plea for mercy? Did this heap of scrap metal protect me? Imprison me? Punish me? I don't have enough fingers or toes to count the possible reasons, so I try not to dwell on them. Fair. You're genuinely stuck in there. You haven't tried taking it off. I made attempts in the past. Even had one of the beast haulers pull on the helmet while another pull on my boots. The men in the phalanx have taken great pleasure in trying to find ways to liberate me. In time, I grew wary of the struggle. Sometimes I fear that removing the armor would be to question Kairos' judgment and risk a more odious curse. It's like pretty solid protection. That would be an understatement, if only it protected me from foolish questions. He just fucking rolled his eyes at me. I'm not even mad. I'm mostly questioning how my character can tell. Do you handle your own repairs? I try to keep the surface oil to slow the spreading rust, and I bend the plates from time to time. But repairs? Maintenance? No. If you have any ideas on how to better maintain this situation, I'm open to discussing them. As with all disfavored, I assume you grew up in the Northern Empire? That's right. I grew up in Battle's Rest, then trained at Fort Resolution before they marched me out to support the second cohort. I hope to spend my rusting years in Freton Shores, unless of course I die in glorious battle, which would be preferable. My mother is good with the soil, my father with rings. He spends much of his time away on one merchant's errand or another. Still, I'm lucky to say they're both alive. That's nice. Let's hope it stays that way. Tell me about the disfavored, I guess. Oh god. We are the Iron Legion, the warrior elite of Kairos' fighting force. I could easily lose count of the hours extolling our glories. What is it you'd like to know? Have you fought in any notable battles? Stalwart, he's already mentioned that. Coral Run, Sentinel Stand, let's count the battles. Some of our best victories took place there, fighting an enemy worthy of our iron, but we were not successful enough to please the Overlord, and the final intervention was harsh on all of us. I had an unusual view of the Edict of Storms. Kairos' judgment left its mark on me, yet considering how we fought at Stalwart, with the skill and honor of legend, only the Edict is remembered. A shame. Tell me about Graven Ash. He is the general of the disfavored, veteran of the centuries of battles, and an Archon without peer. I would follow him to the void and back without question. Okay. How did you come to serve Kairos? How did he come to serve Kairos? We already know this story. We already know this story. Okay. Graven Ash was summoned to a conclave of Archons, and though he was sent in chains, he left as an Archon, having been granted a position of power in Kairos' Grey Host of War. Thus the disfavored were born, All of us today trace our line back to those warriors that impressed Kairos with their will and tenacity. The only difference is now we fight on the winning side. Though the general seldom speaks of it, I know that Ash humbled himself in order to spare his troop to the brunt of Kairos' punishment. His loyalty to the old blood of the North is beyond question. He made the right choice to save his troops. Oh, he absolutely did. The alternative would have been you are all dead. Every single one of you, without fail. And he would make it again to save any of us. There has never been a more devoted and attentive leader. He's adorable. What else do you know of his past? I follow him into battle. I'm not his personal scribe. And if I did know more of him, it would not be my place to say. Fair enough. What magic does he wield? He works his magic through us, his soldiers, when we do battle. Ash seems to know the events even before our runners have given word. Most importantly, though, he protects us. It's a bit tricky to explain unless you've experienced it. I can think of countless times I've been struck by a spear or hit with an axe and even run through with an arrow, and in each of these moments the pain and injury just cease to be. None of us know how he does it or how he can sense that we're in danger and intervene from afar, but I suppose that's why he's an Archon. What he does probably wouldn't make sense to someone like me. How do you feel about Graven Ash? How do I feel about him? Archon Ash is the bravest, warmest, most compassionate general who ever lived. He's a living icon of leadership and courage. Jesus Christ. He doesn't kill for sport, a leader, but he doesn't issue commands to hear himself talk. He demands discipline and sober conduct of his troops, and I applaud such standards. Back to my questions about the disfavored. What can you tell me about your time in the Legion? Joined the Legion 3 years before the conquest of the Tiers began. Though handy with a few weapons, my size made me the perfect addition to a phalanx. I've served with the stone shields ever since. Proud to say, I've stood front row, right corner in over a dozen battles. That has been my place ever since the Iron Marshal gave me the assignment. The Bastard City, the Gates of Judgment, Vandrian Pass, Okon's Ring, a quick tour in Barris and Chains, and then Stalwart. Spent a long time in Stalwart. Lost a lot of friends there. What are the other disfavored lieutenants? They are Graven Ash's most trusted officers and warriors from the Iron Guard. Between Ash's arcane powers of command and his cadre of gifted leaders, there is little confusion or chaos in the ranks. Tell of the one they call Iron Marshal. She takes it upon herself to train and harden our greener recruits. Not only that, she has a keen eye for talent and how to foster it for leadership. She is the youngest member of the Iron Guard. Her family line served the disfavored back before Ash bowed to Kairos. Say what you will of how many seasons she's weathered, her lineage is impressive beyond measure. What of Cairn's discipline, Radix? An earth shaker who swore service to Cairn. Cairn? Archon of Stone. A few years before the conquest, since Cairn is gone, the cult now follows Radix. Unlike his Archon, at least, he knows how to follow orders. To his credit, Radix seems to appreciate the honor of fighting alongside the disfavored. Cairn was always peeved to be invited in the glory. The mages seem a necessary complication. They are insubordinate and can't lug their own supplies, but I would not want to go to war without their spells of tremor and leaping stones. What of the Scoutmaster Marak? Devoted leader, Ash seems to hold his council in high regard. Both set their troops ahead of themselves, which I'm sure is why they work so well together. He's no magician, but he does share a special connection to his warband, and they are entrusted with the most important scouting assignments. They say he can see what his scouts see, hear what they hear. What of the veteran warrior Varamas? He is the finest of us, second only to Ash. Varamas is an evocatus, a soldier who lived to see the end of his term of service. It's rare for anyone to survive that long, much less willingly return. These days, he lends his tactical expertise to Graven Ash, though by all rights, he should be enjoying his twilight years in a seat of honor and dignity. Why didn't the Legion prevent the uprising of Vendril's will? I think that's a question you ought to ask the Scarlet Chorus. They too were charged with ensuring the locals remained vanquished and unarmed. If the chorus had conscripted more aggressively, perhaps there would not have been an uprising. I am literally just playing this game trying to butter up absolutely everyone so that I can then use that to my advantage, hopefully, to convince them when the time comes to work together. I am just playing the diplomat. Agreed. We have never relied upon the Scarlet Chorus to win victories, only to recruit in numbers and secure our holdings. They were asleep on the watch. The Vandrian Guard should have been slaves of the Chorus, not free men and women allowed to plot and conspire. What more can you tell me of the Legion? The disfavored accept only the finest warriors. We are all volunteers and soldiers by trade, not farmers and fishmongers pressed into service. Whereas a century of tradition, honor, and tactical mastery in our ranks... Oh, there he is. We don't let just anyone into the Legion. Only Northmen of character and prowess are welcome. What if a capable Tearsman wished to join? We would not recruit even a champion of the Tearsman. Each soldier in the Legion is tied by blood and fealty to those that stood with graven ash during the coming of Kairos. That is part of who we are, and that will never change. What about me? What if I wanted to join? A charming sentiment, good Fatebinder, but no, you are sworn to another Archon. Your loyalty would be suspect. Suspect. Why is the Legion called disfavored? His name, born in shame, now worn in honor. We already know this. What was it called originally? It has been forgotten by all save Ash and Kairos, and it is considered bad form to bring up the topic. Since you didn't know any better, I'll say this much. Disfavored is the only name by which one needs to know us. I have some questions about the Scarlet Chorus, I guess. Our allies do not share the disfavored sense of honor and discipline. The Chorus will trust any criminal, rapist, or half-wit with a truncheon or blade. What would you like to know about the Scarlet Chorus? What do you know of the voices of Nerat? The Archon of Secrets? All I know are rumors, hearsay, speculation, but that's as much as anyone knows of the voices. Some accounts tell that he's actually dead, and the Overlord has trapped the minds of his foes in the same body to torture them all. As likely an explanation as any I've heard. In truth, I know little of the voices, and have reason to suspect almost anything about him could be true. You could tell me his tears turned cheese back into milk, and it would seem more sensible to believe you than not. Well, I heard his tears can turn cheese into milk. That's very amusing, Fatebinder. You're welcome. Do you know anything of his powers? Thief of Minds, they say you can swipe your thoughts. I don't know how it works. When I recruited into the disfavored, the Iron Marshal told me never to take an audience with the voices if I didn't have a witness on hand. You think I'm disloyal? I really shouldn't comment on such matters. What do you know of his associate, the Archon Siren? Siren is the Archon of Song, and one of the youngest of her ranks. She can influence human emotion with her voice alone. The voices may be the conductor of the chorus, but I'd argue Siren is their best weapon. The voices put her talent to good use. He had her singing a song up and down the coast, and the Tearsmen defected to the chorus in droves. Okay. What can you tell me of their troops and tactics? The chorus is more of an irregular mob and a proper army, still well armed. A few proper warriors, magicians. What do you know of their warriors? Untrained peasants. Great. One only needs a beating heart, and even then, chorus could make do. Of course, not everyone in the chorus is an infirm child or sickly old crone. Some ex-soldiers and madmen join, and the fighting elite of the chorus form a clique known as the Scarlet Furies. Barik is too dismissive by far, but he's right that most recruits are novices pressed into service. Most will not survive the first few battles. Those who live will have experience to lead, and those who fall can easily be replaced. What sort of magic? Blood chanters are the mages who follow the voices of Nerat. Like the chorus itself, their order is not steeped in tradition and antiquity, rather built on knowledge stolen from other guilds. Fire magic, okay. They also chant that stir the mind and the heart. Okay. The motherless sods have spells that can bolster man's courage or tap into his fears. Pretty sure that's that's my secondary magic class, but okay. If the chorus is a mob, how is it led and supplied? Voices of Nerat gives orders to his elite commanders, who in turn send instructions out to gang captains. Whole gangs will break from the larger force and disperse back into their homeland. Inefficient beyond words, and yet more bodies keep coming in to replace those lost in the mess. Inefficient? Every weakling lost in the shuffle is one less burden to those in the choir, still dancing to the song of battle. Our ways must be harsh, otherwise the stupid and the soft will inherit the chant. The chorus has a lot of mouths to feed, so the conscripts that can't or won't fight are made to gather food and water. Else I'm told they're fed to the pigs, becoming food and water in a sense. Barik, I can see your smell. Trust me, so can I. Fine contrast to the honor, efficiency, and decency of the disfavored. Sure. The Legion demands courage and tenacity, but provides us with good iron, and does not leave its soldiers to forage like vultures. It does leave them to stink, though. Back to my previous questions. How do you think the Scarlet Chorus convinced so many Tearsmen to join? It began with Siren. She had a song that got whole villages marching to her will, and once these peasants killed their neighbors or cousins in service of the Voices, it either hardened them into warriors or broke their minds for servitude. Fair enough. Lots of criminals and drifters joined the chorus too. It seems like the scum of the Tears just need the promise of glory and sanctioned debauchery to turn on their neighbors. It's not pretty, and it shouldn't be. The chorus is a forge. All the dirt of the Tears goes in, and the finest bits are refined into weapons. There are many that join the Scarlet Chorus because they wish to join the winning side. It's a shame that such patriots were not born to proper Northern stock, too weak or too slight to be disfavored. The Scarlet Chorus is their best freedom from fealty to the younger realms. Not everyone has the fortune of gaining Tunon's favor. Again, I'm just gonna bootlick. Yes, the North is our shared link, our consistency. How could I trust a woman or a man to hold the shield wall if I don't understand their customs? Of course. Enough about the Scarlet Chorus.
Good. Let's move on to another matter.
What can you tell me of the Tears? Uphill both ways and full of dumb sods. I learned some history and training, and I've been here for a few years, but I'm no expert. Holy shit, Barik. Soap. What is your assessment of the local forces? There was a time early in the war when I would have feared the younger realms working together. Imagine that. Once I saw the modest scope of their defensive, I knew they would be easily outclassed. They couldn't even rally their best to make a competent stand. Tell me of the Guard. They used to be the Queen's Royal Army of Vendrian. I guess defeat inclined them to a shorter name. We crushed them back in 429. I'm proud to say I took part in the decisive battle. You know the rest. Year after, with breakers, yep. Tell me about the Unbroken. The fuck's that? The Unbroken Union of Stalwart. May they rot in the decrepitude of their fallen realm. Holy shit. The Army of Stalwart. Okay. And the Edict of Storms fucked them up. Much as it pains me to admit it, in all the realms of the Tears, the Unbroken have been the only worthy foe to meet the disfavored in battle. The Unbroken value tradition, just as we do. Stalwart has never lost a war on their own soil, a reputation they take quite seriously. It is fortunate that Stalwart has poor relations with all its neighbors. The rest of the Tears will not come to their aid, so as bravely as they fight, their end is inevitable. What can you tell me of the Bronze Brotherhood? Mercenaries from the free cities. The chorus needed extra muscle, and you can always mint new rings. Hard to believe the Tearsmen turned on each other for mere loops of metal. The Bronze Brotherhood worshipped the Scourges. Yes, those monsters from the old walls. The mercenaries are grown adults that willingly admire a magical abomination. Read into that what you will. I mean, I don't mean to be disrespectful, but magical abomination isn't too far off how I describe Kairos. If my character actually said that, she'd be fucking struck by lightning. Immediately, where she stood. That said, it should surprise no one that the Bronze Brotherhood eventually wanted more than just rings and turned on their contract. Kairos now considers them an enemy, which is for the best. The Overlord needs a better class of combatants. To my previous questions.
Go on, Fatebinder.
What do you know of the Younger Realms? Obsidian, I love you guys, but please. Before we marched on the Bastard Tier, I recall Graven Ash giving us a speech as we stood assembled at Fort Resolution. He told us that the Younger Realms lacked the sense to make a stand against us. I don't think I need to point out that the average tiersman is just plainly inferior to them. Barik, my dude. I don't think you should be talking about people's inferiority when you look the way that you look. When you stink. When you smell the way that you smell. I don't think you have the high ground in this discussion, okay? Holy shit. It didn't help that they're afraid of magic and relied on their battlefield prowess to stage a defense. What do you know of the Beastmen? They drilled us on Beastmen combat before the invasion. But it did little to prepare us. The local savages are lacking in brains, hygiene, and the ability to arm themselves. There's a joke to be made there, but I shall be polite. Yet the prime hunters of their species are formidable. Barik always has the high ground. Approaching him. Aside from being rapacious killers, the Beastmen make good haulers and laborers, once you've killed the half that won't follow orders. Yeah. Okay, well. Everyone's just so nice in this game. Enough about the tiers. As you like. You seem like a more than capable fighter. I trained with the spear and shield in my youth, but gave it up the day I earned disfavored iron. I can still throw with some accuracy, but it's a challenge these days. Why? Were you interested in a sparring session? Show me how I heard rumor that Ash has an unbeatable sword fighting technique. You flatter the Legion's reputation, but the Archon does make sure we are competent swordsmen. Observe. Yay. Okay. What do you think of our circumstances? The edict left little room for confusion. Representative of the Overlord must breach Ascension Hall before Kairos' Day of Swords, and must assume death is the price of failure. We should assist the disfavored in their siege preparations, as only the Legion should take the Well's fortified citadel. I wouldn't wager a wooden ring on the Scarlet Chorus's impressing anyone but the Vultures. What are your thoughts on me and my deeds? Any reservations I have aside, your military record speaks for itself. You are Tunan's fate binder, and my opinion on the matter don't come into it one way or another. What do you think of your travel companions? I am more accustomed to traveling in the company of soldiers, so I'm out of practice, judging the worth of civilians and miscreants. If you had anyone in particular, I will give them some thought. Oh boy. What do you think of Verse? I try not to. Funny, that's how I feel about you. She is a force of chaos, an agent of the voices of Narat. Taking her into our confidence can only lead to ruin. And yet she is a capable fighter. For the time being, I am confident that you can trust her to serve your interests and rely on her skills on the battlefield. She may even offer some useful perspective on the war.
My Lord Binder, you have something which requires my attention?
Oh, that's sweet.
What can I do for you?
Let's discuss some immediate concerns. Let's not discuss some immediate concerns. Would you like to discuss removing your armor? He looks at you for a very long time, his expression as unreadable as ever.
Though we are encouraged to couple and mate within the Legion, I don't consider you one of my cohorts. I think I'll decline.
That is not what I meant! Also, ew. Just ew. The worst she can say is no. No, it isn't. Ew. Holy shit. Oh my god. I was not talking about sex, Barik.
You weren't? Forgive me. It's been some time since anyone made an advance, and I am long out of practice, as you can see. Suffice it to say, my armor and I will not be separated for the time being. When the war is over, perhaps Tunon will lend me one of his forge-bound. Until then, here I remain.
Brother is down bad horrendous. Jesus fucking Christ. I would like to point out something that was in the gray text. Where is it? It's been some time since anyone made an advance, and I'm long out of practice. As you can see, he knocks on his iron codpiece with a resounding clang. Brick. Barik. Whatever your name is. Please. A little decorum. The teeny tiniest bit of decorum. Please. Oh, God. Right.
My armor saved me from the destruction of Stalwart.
Right.
Where thousands of others lost their lives. So you can see why I continue to wear it. For the time being, we will not be separated.
Right. Okay. You already survived that? True. Are you comfortable in there? I've somehow developed enough calluses that I can sleep at night, but I wouldn't call that comfort, would you? This is my armor. It has everything it needs and more. This is my armor. There are many like it, but this one's mine. Sorry. It has everything it needs and more. Purpose, meaning, strength. If it were comfortable, that would only take away from its other qualities. Nope, not true. Do you even want it removed? I would not speak of this now, Fatebinder. Please, consider the topic closed. As your commander, I am concerned about the state of your uniform. Damn it. You are right to be concerned. My apologies that you needed to pull rank. It was wrong of me to withhold information. I don't need to tell you that the suit of junk is a literal pain in my ass. Half broken, smelling of a midden, and perpetually jabbing my side with some Kairos be damned caltrop. These dusty plates may not be up to standard, but they serve the disfavored well enough on the battlefield, if only to intimidate the enemy. Better for me to endure this condition than to shirk an advantage. Considering that I wore this as I marched across the bones of Stalwart that was, my burden growing heavier with each step, I have no desire to leave it behind. It's a lesson, a reminder, and yes, a prison. But all those things make it something more. These plates have something of me in them. They are as wicked as a bramble patch, as stubborn as a fortress, and hopelessly flawed. At present, removing my armor is not an option. If that ever changes, I suspect that the tiers will tremble with the impact of my collapsing fortification. What a day that will be. Gotta go back to work, but I'll definitely be tuning in as frequently as possible. That's very nice of you. Have fun at work, or at least, good luck. What does Graven Ash think of your predicament? I suspect that he doesn't. Not to besmirch the great general, he has larger matters to consider than any other soldier's woes. How long do you think it can last? The armor hasn't shown any sign of weakening, and my maintenance regimen is all that keeps it from rusting solid. Were I to stop applying oil and give in to entropy, this shell would harden to a degree that no forge master has ever seen. I think it could very well stand for as long as the old walls, with my skeleton peering out from the depths, and someday, not even that. Now isn't that a cheery thought? Verse, shut the fuck up. Tell me about what you can and can't do. I can strike fear into the hearts of our enemies and protect a shield wall with my very body. What more do I need? Oh, God. How do you fare in water? Better to ask, how do I sink? The answer is quickly. Water passes my lips easily enough, though I take great care to keep it from anywhere else. I'm only too eager to move on. Good to know you're as embarrassed about this whole fucking shenanigans as I am. Well,
My
uncomfortable.
Lord Binder, what can I do for you? Suffice it to say, my armor and I will not be separated for the— My armor saved me from the destruction—
How do you, Anyway. No comments. How do you, how do you, take pleasure from life? That's an interesting way to put it. Are we actually talking about this, Fatebinder? Do you have nothing better to do than wonder how I access my riches for a present out of self-interest? I do not want to hear this. How do I even run far enough to avoid it? Verse plugs her ears and winces against the inevitable. Well, I can't, and not from lack of trying. Oh God. I'm not ready to all that, bro. This is why I saved, so that I could quick load. So I don't have to actually ask him that question. Someone actually wrote that dialogue in. Someone actually went out of their way to write that into the fucking dialogue.
At your service. What do you need? What did you have in mind?
What do you think of our present circumstances? There's an edict hanging over our heads. As far as I'm concerned, the incompetence of the disfavored got us into this mess, and it'll take the fear of the Scarlet Choruses to get us out of it. In other words, nothing ever changes. What do you think of our travel companions? Barik. He's, well, I'll give him some due credit. He's more complicated than he looks. He's still an intolerant and unapologetic bastard, but that's more his business than mine. Fair enough.
Go ahead, Fatebinder.
Tyranny was so much fun. It's a shame we didn't get Tyranny 2. We might still get Tyranny 2. Why wouldn't we? Someday in the future. Oh, I can steal from that. Nice.
Sorry, I can't.
And it doesn't even count as stealing. Hell yeah. Not gonna lie, I am still hoping for Pills of Eternity 3. Bitch. Okay. So we've done everything inside. Right. Hey buddy, can I steal your shit? Of course I can. Interesting. I'll bother to buy that, I think. He really cannot move his... Okay. Hey, this is two-handed though. Yeah, exactly. So it's probably best to just sell it, I think. It's good money. Sell value. Still wondering why the hide sells for so much, but I appreciate it. Iron Walker helm. No idea what that's meant to mean. I'm selling all that. I don't feel like putting all that on. Other. Now, this is the sort of shit we sell. Right? Found remains of an Iron Walker's cape. Ragged tears. Now this trinket can be sold to a merchant for spare parts. There you go. And then we can buy this thing. Ta-da! Soon you will unlock the magic system. I'm slowly unlocking it. Well, I mean, me. Huh? What's that mean? Unlocking skill growth will allow this character to gain experience with— Oh! Why would I do that? Okay. Edict of Execution +1 resolve. Oh yeah, I have so much— I'm feeling so resolute now that I know I'm going to fucking die if I don't do my job. Yeah. That's resolute. Oh, that's resolve, alright. Christ. Edict of move, move, move. No idea what to do with this. She's a mocking invitation, challenging enemies. There you go. That's just my quests. Doesn't matter. We can take a look at that later. Right. I'm not too bad with them. I'm clearly a lot better with the disfavored, but I'm not too bad with the other one. Endrian Guard. Little bit of Wrath. Mathion's Crossing. Barik. A. Verse. We're doing great with both. Graven Ash, we're doing good. The Voices of Narat are fine. We're not doing awful, we're not doing great. That's fine. Do I have anything new? No. Intensity. An increase to spell strength, increase the potency. Oh. It's from 3 to 3.75. The difference isn't huge. Still cool. This one was the duration, which is pointless for me at the moment. Still need more points in lore. Isn't it possible for us to camp? Wait, I don't have to camp because there's a place to sleep here, right? Wait, I shouldn't sleep though. Because if I sleep, then one day goes by. I don't think we should sleep. I think I'm in a bit of a hurry. That's where we came from, right? Yeah. Okay. Seems pretty straightforward where I have to go at the moment. I'm not gonna arrive too late or something. The path is locked by a small group of Endrin Guard. You can go no further until you deal with them. Ah, random encounters. A Pokemon just jumped out of the fucking bushes. Oh, this one's not. Standard random encounter.
That's far enough, Fatebinder.
You know who I am, bitch. A woman's voice booms from atop a nearby outcropping. Flashes of aquamarine body paint peek out from under her loose-fitting traveler garb, and her outfit is festooned in braids and knots of sailor's line. Traditional trappings of the School of Tides, according to Fatebinder Regulus. The majority of the school fled before the coming of Kairos. The remainder were last seen during the first campaign in Vendrum's Well. School of Tides traditionally studies the magic of water and gravelight, the art of directing the moon's arcane light into baleful, searing energy. Holy shit. Okay. Flanked on either side by warriors dressed in Vendrian Guard regalia, the woman leans on an elaborate bladed staff, pulsing with arcane energy. A swath of blue fabric rests draped over her arm. Symbol of diplomacy and truce, recognized across most of the known world, and it is a custom the Tearsmen hold dear. To harm another person under the auspices of the Blue Fag is a grave offense in both the Tears and the Kairos Empire. Customary punishment is death. So I can't harm her.
In accordance with ancient customs north and south, I offer and request a delay of blade. There are matters we must discuss without fear of reprisal.
In accordance with ancient customs, north and south, I abide by this truce.
As is our custom, we are ready to kill to defend our lands, but we kill only in fair battle. We don't slay our prisoners. We know this isn't Kairos' way, but we must have hope.
Okay.
A few of my kin have gone missing, and though they may have perished, I have to inquire on the off chance they still live. If Captain Tarkus Deimos still lives, we would negotiate for his release.
He's dead. I ordered him executed.
I see. That is as I feared, but thank you for telling me all the same. I prefer closure to wishful thinking. If I may make one more inquiry, what of Palox Tyrell? Did he survive?
Engine Guard warrior that took Drastus hostage at Edgering Ruins. He did not survive the encounter. Palox Tyrell is dead.
My apologies, Fatebinder. I had a terrible feeling this errand was in vain from the start. I had no expectations that our friends could be saved, as I'm sure the time for swapping prisoners is long gone. But at least I know of what became of them. That'll have to be enough.
I'm sorry you did not find what you were seeking.
Then all that remains is for me to thank you for hearing me out. In accordance with our ancient customs north and south, let us part with peaceful accord.
Sure. That was oddly peaceful. And I only did it because I am trying to abide by the customs. And because Tunon would have been really fucking pissed at me otherwise. As it turns out. But I'm just gonna try something else. There was an option there to ask her questions. And I wanted to see what would happen. We can...
That's far enough. In accordance with ancient customs, as is a few of my kin have gone missing. If I may make one more inquiry, what of Palox? I had no expectations that our friends...
We shouldn't be socializing with Oathbreakers.
Shut the fuck up, Barik.
I will entertain them as best I can. After all, understanding is the only hope we have. What is it you wish to know?
Why do you resist Kairos? What are you trying to save?
I grew up without my knee bent to Kairos, and if I'm going to bow to someone, let it be another Tearsman. We've ruled ourselves just fine for centuries, so we'll give our lives so that our sons and daughters might rule themselves.
Only your daughters are really free in tears. Why fight against Kairos' equality?
There's freedom, then there's trusting idiots with power. Give a man 1,000,000 marauders, he'll lose sleep worrying over his neighbor's 1,000. I prefer my realms ruled by the braver sex. For centuries we've left the lands to the women and the seas to the men. And we did plenty fine until Kairos came around.
But a mage like you would not be subject of such superstition and fear under Kairos' reign.
I doubt life is any better sworn to some mad Archon. I'd rather stand with my fellow Tearsmen. Or, I suppose, stand immediately behind them in the event of an attack. Yeah, you heard me. Way things were years back, you'd all be calling me a water witch and conspiring to sell me out to the nearest sage. Just because I'm helping you stop Kairos doesn't mean I've forgotten the hospitality of ages past.
I think we nailed on the angle we're going to be using to convince her.
And people wonder why the Tearsmen could never unite in time to fight back. It's refreshing to see that some things never change.
The younger realms were beset with constant battle. You prefer that to Kairos' order?
You make conflict sound like a bad thing. Yes, the younger realms saw frequent battles, but it was never this wholesale slaughter like we've seen of late. No Tearsman ever cast an edict on the soil, or forced prisoners to kill each other, or butchered beastmen tribes.
Sure, we were killing each other, but we were only mildly killing each other, as opposed to killing each other a lot, and that was so much better. Eb, I'm not saying that Kairos is the better option here, but you suck at making arguments for your side. You just... I guess it's not your job. You're a mage. What makes you think you have a chance?
Oh, we don't. Those who believed Kairos could be stopped all died years ago, in the first wave of fighting.
But what the fuck are you doing?
It's not about the hope of victory. It's about the hope of inspiring others.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
It is very likely we will fall here in Vendrian's Well. But perhaps others will arise elsewhere.
He is a mad god. There is nothing you can do against him. How did you and your friends overthrow the garrison?
I would joke that the voices of Nerat left the gate unlatched, but dozens of warriors lost their lives taking the citadel. There was no secret to it. We simply attacked with speed and certainty at a time when the Archons were elsewhere in the tiers. The Scarlet Chorus had a rout, and what few disfavored soldiers were present made an impressive showing. But they were surrounded and overwhelmed once the chorus fled.
Who's in charge of this insurrection?
Listen to you. Thinking just like the Overlord wants you to think. There always has to be a person in charge, or things don't make sense. Well, we don't answer to anyone. We are each of us sons and daughters of the Tiers, and take this task upon ourselves freely. But Captain Tarkus Ari, former Falksman of Queen Vendrian Alanta, is the voice we trust when we seek unanimity.
Look at you, silly foreigner from a different culture. You don't understand us. We don't need leaders. So anyway, but when we do need a leader, this is the person. Okay. I assume Tarkus Ari and Tarkus Demos are related?
Yes. Deimos was Ari's brother. We were certain he was dead, but the captain takes family seriously.
Oh boy.
So I volunteered to find some answers. And now here we are.
Oopsie. Big oopsie. My bad. Don't tell her. Tell her he's fine. I am not responsible for killing him. In fact, I personally begged them to show him mercy. That's definitely what I did. Were there prisoner swaps in the past?
That is our way, Binder. Here in the South, only thugs and bandits kill prisoners. The younger realms may be guilty of constant fighting, but we never slay each other when the battle's long over.
Okay.
We're not about to change that now.
Fair enough.
As a rule, Kairos' forces haven't been keen on swapping prisoners. But I know our disfavored prisoners aren't prisoners anymore. I just assumed they were swapped for some of our own.
Interesting. Okay.
Fair enough. The Edict. I can feel its magic coursing through the air. Everyone can. But those of us enlightened to the currents of magic feel it most. The wording of the Edict. What was it? So you will not say. I expected as much. Can it be worse than endless storms or fire pouring from the earth?
Yes.
Not that you'd answer that either. I've another question for you, if you will entertain it.
Are we really standing here and chatting with Oathbreakers? It's hard to watch. Like cuddling a goat you're going to kill for dinner.
Ask your question, Eb.
When I was young, my parents told me the Tears were special, and the Overlord's edicts and armies could never touch us. Seems I've been told a hefty sum of lies. So answer this honestly for me, please. Is it true that Tunon's fate binders can smell truth from falsehood?
No, that's not true.
Thanks for that. I could see why you'd want to foster the mystique all the same. The School of
can only
Tides would
smell
always
Barik.
tell commoners we didn't know how to summon drinkable water. Once they find out, you can't eat in peace. And Kairos' edicts. I have heard the sages speak at length that some of the edicts elsewhere in the world have been broken. How is this?
It varies based on the wording of the proclamation. If Kairos provides a clause allowing the edict to end, that clause can be satisfied.
Ah, so some edicts are forever. The rest are, as long as Kairos has in mind? Needless to say, Kairos' magic is unlike anything we've seen in any Archon. And one more mildly self-indulgent question, but I simply must know. Kairos, male or female?
The Overlord is non-binary. The Overlord is beyond gender, okay? I'm sorry. The Overlord has ascended beyond such petty, mortal concerns. He is also mommy and daddy, apparently.
Fine, fine. I've heard that answer before. Sorry I asked.
You're welcome, honey. Oh, lovely. The Overlord has all the things. All of them. The Overlord is not the L or the G or the B. The Overlord is the whole fucking array. Oh, bless him. The best part is I actually don't know. I don't know how to answer the question. I can meme all I want, but I have no fucking idea. And clearly neither does my character. This is why I keep saying I'm pretty sure Kairos is just borderline a god. He is everything all at once at the same time. Like, I have no reason so far to believe he's anything short of a god. But sure.
You'll forgive, I hope, the questions. The Overlord and his Archons used to be things of legend. Now they're everyday maladies, and I'm eager to separate the truth from the lies I've been told by house and guild.
Mm-hmm. And I'm just trying to, gain your trust for no particular insidious reason whatsoever.
In accordance to our most ancient customs, let us depart in honorable accord. May peace find you, Fatebinder.
No problem, honey. And I only had to piss off Verse a little.
At your service, Fatebind. What do you need?
She still has a lot of loyalty, so good. Holy shit, when did I piss her off so much? Fear 1. 87% of fear to tier 2. Holy shit, when did I piss her off so much? Well, I guess fear hasn't pissed her off. When have I made her scared?
My Lord Binder, you have something which requires my attention? What can I do for you?
Okay. Well, that was interesting. I am mildly amused now that the Overlord, Kairos himself, is this game's best queer representation, okay? I love it. I do wish we could just pick up that sword on the ground, but oh, something. That's mine. Is there anything up here?
Sorry, I can't. Can't do that.
Oh, well, that sounds like a skill issue, honey. Literally. Spell creation? Why do I have a thing here? Look at that. Increases the area that of spell effects. That's cool. But it has to be an area spell in order for that to be the case. Anyway. This has been interesting. Now let's go talk to our buddies at the Scarlet Chorus who love us so, so dearly. Well, just to say, I'm trying my gosh darn best not to make them fucking hate me too much. Oh god. Shivershank, Quiet Shiv. Wonderful names. I'm sure they're lovely people. I am sure. I'd make a joke about how much their mother loved them, but they chose those names that were not given to them by their parents. Which is a little worse, frankly. Hi guys, what's up? I'll pin your foot to the dirt. Wonderful. Is he not gonna answer? Bro, are you just gonna take that lying down? Okay. Well, when I come back, you guys better still be there.
Don't know about you, but I feel like fighting someone.
Why does she get to level up before I do? It's bullshit. To be fair, when we picked her up, she was already level 2. And we were not. Wait, I have a missive. Word has reached this court that you have issued the Overlord's edict to the Archons of War and Secrets. Know that we understand fully the weight of this burden and appreciate the loyalty you show in its declaration. Provided you survive this span, your service will be duly recognized. As you navigate the idiosyncrasies and mutual antipathy of our Overlord's War Masters, remember that Kairos watches all with interest. Those who distinguish themselves, whether Fatebinder or Archon, have the opportunity to rise in the Overlord's esteem. Even now, the Northern Courts whisper that the more successful of the two Archons will be granted rule over the whole of the peninsula. Similarly, your fortune rests upon the decisions you make. Choose wisely. Tunon, the Adjudicator. I will thank him. Oh, I can... Oh, I'm actually exchanging messages with a motherfucker. Scarlet Chorus, live fast, die faster. Absolutely. Allow me to express my deep appreciation for this opportunity. Few in the Empire have the honor of treating with Archons, and fewer still of reading the empowered words of the Overlord. I endeavor always to emulate your exemplary foresight and judgment. I remain in all things your faithful servant, Fatebinder. Send your first missive. I got a Steam achievement. Cute. We're exchanging letters. That's so cute. Didn't think that was a thing. How interesting. Okay. Right. Quickly learn to put the enemies to engage her. Interesting. There you go, honey. Sounds like something she'd want. I wouldn't know though. Okay, here we go. So what's going on with you guys? We have bigger problems here, do we? Quiet Shiv. It proves everything. Like, for instance, whether you're fit to lead that flock of children. Behind her, the members of her gang posture with weapons held at the ready. Oh god. Did you not hear the news of the edict? This is a foolish distraction. We ought to be saving our fight for the enemy. He's right. The edict will kill us all if Ascension Hall is not taken soon. Well, until Fifth Eye starts the mustering chant, we ain't got nowhere to be. So now's our chance to have it out before things get serious. What's the problem here? No problem here, Madam Binder. Captain Fuckwit here seems he's about to balk from this challenge. Thinks just because he used to run a ship, he's qualified to run a gang. So I'm calling him out, because the way I see it, his warriors ought to follow me, not this new blood. For fuck's sake. They are annoying. Captain Fuckwit was my father. Fuckwit will do just fine. If we have to prove our strength, we'll do so happily. But I'll have your hands and feet removed and the rest of you kept for my own use. Holy shit, bro. I'm very tempted to just click number 4. This is foolish. Stop this at once. Excuse me? This is our way, Fatebinder, and you have no right to stop us. We're not harming anyone outside the chorus. I don't know how you are, but I don't need your help. I think we can handle ourselves just fine. I can be, oh my god, I can be a massive Tunon simp. I love that. Sober creature, wholly obsessed with justice and order, who is soon to be a powerful combatant. Tunon rarely strays from his throne room, entrusting his court of Fatebinder to act as his eyes and ears. I kind of want to go full Tunon. Bickering among yourselves costs us the war effort as a whole. It does affect others outside of the chorus. I feel like just slitting her throat makes this faster. But at that point I might as well just enjoy a good bloodbath and kill all of them. Barely a difference. Nah, I'd rather gain some favor with my boy. Fine. That was very lazel of you, ma'am. Spins her knife for a moment as if her answer balances on its edge. With her answer, she flicks her knife to the ground and walks away, a spiteful glare cast in your direction. You can bitch all you want, but you know I'm fucking right. Dumb bitch. Piss off. She's pissing. What did you expect? My thanks? No, I just wanted to see if you had anything to say. Past this point is Korra's territory, and you don't look like someone's conscript. You sure you're in the right place? I'm always in the right place. The guard tenses up, locking eyes with you. That walking hunk of rust. What's he... maybe it doing here? Step in close, push her down. Before she can draw her blade, you advance, place your foot behind hers, and give her a stiff shove on the shoulder. Caught off balance, she tumbles backward, triggering an outburst of laughter in the other guard. I can't believe you sassed the Fatebinder. You're such a stupid ponce. Didn't I tell you we had a special guest coming? Come on in. Don't let the neeny shitters in camp give you any guff. How to impress these fucking idiots. Just push them around like the bitches they are. Problem solved.
At your service, Fate. What do you need?
Apparently nothing. Trying to figure out why you have a very colorful number 3 over there. What does it mean? Why is it so colorful? What does it mean? I don't get it. Did I forget something? Anyway, let's go.
Right.
Oh, Fifth Eye. That's the person I'm supposed to talk to. So let's go talk to everyone else. Hey, Death Knell. I like your name. Very edgy. You. As much an accusation as a question. The broad-shouldered woman shakes her head with a scowl. So you're Tunon's Fatebinder. I was expecting something more impressive. She bows in spite of her misgivings. Death knell, Scarlet Fury. My time is yours for as long as it amuses me. Let's get one thing clear. Stick to your words and law. Leave the fighting to the grown adults. Your corpse would just be a tripping hazard to those of us having a proper bit of carnage sport. We've got enough useless twats dying for our name as it is. All our horde recruits seem good for, of late, is piling in a shit-reeking mound on the battlefield. She hums low to herself and flips her sword side to side with several deft flicks of her wrist. Keeps up, and we'll have to toughen our recruitment standards again. Now, what do you need? Said something about the horde thinning? Swelling until it's thundering, then crashing and receding. It's been the way of the chorus for as long as I've been in it. She offers a one-shouldered shrug, ambivalent if anything, but more likely just uncaring. We take our prisoners alive, give them a chance yet to live, to be reborn into something better. Putting any and every able body to the sword like the disfavored do is nothing but a waste. A conquered enemy is but a new ally. It merely requires the proper coercion. Of course, we do sometimes have the problem of lingering loyalties. Deserters are rarely successful in their escape, but they do try. The Vendrian guards, strengthened by their numerous blood ties, have been particularly stubborn, so I have a better plan hatched. What might that be? I'm thinking we redouble our efforts to recruit settlers, focusing on the unaligned and unsuspecting, instead of flushing ourselves to the gills with oathbreakers, claimed from the battlefield. How exactly do you plan to convince them? A knife point has sufficed well enough in the past, but you've inspired me to try a more diplomatic approach this day. What do you say, Binder? You might be able to ease them into the idea, and save the lives of their friends and neighbors in the process. If it means expediting the end of this meandering conflict, then so be it. My methods are surefire, you'll see. I'll mark the settlements on your map. I can't wait to see the outcome of your efforts. Okay. What were you expecting? Let's see, from your deeds during the conquest to how you've helped us since then, suppose I didn't expect much, and you've done nothing to challenge it. By Scarlet Chorus standards, you're no more ordinary than a conscript. Work a little harder on setting yourself apart. Maybe someday you'll live up to your name. Isn't she delightful? Insult me again, and I'll bury that blade in your belly before you can scream. She peels a surprised but pleased laugh at your threat. Tapping the flat of the blade against her thigh, she cants her neck until it audibly cracks. Maybe there's something more to you Fatebinders after all. Oh, here we go. What can you tell me about the Scarlet Chorus? We are the voices of Narat's glory made manifest. In the chorus, strength rises, the weak feed the soil. Our ways terrify the cowardly and shock the naive, but our traditions exist to offer promise and prestige to those fit to claim it. We abandon all petty rules for one simple law. The strongest must lead. What is your role in the Scarlet Chorus? Do you not recognize the Scarlet Fury when you see one? We are the warrior spirit of the chorus, scholars of sword and shield. In peace, we train those tough enough to endure our lessons, but wise enough to learn from the best. In battle, it is our duty to slay our foes and inspire the horde with our skill and bravery. We are fearless vanguard of this confused but glorious rabble. How has the military life treated you so far? Oh, it's a wonder of wonders. I eat what I want, I shit where I want, and I kill who I want. Sometimes I even combine pleasures. I don't want to ask. My enthusiasm for the work brought me here. A decorated Scarlet Fury veteran, hey? But I'm looking for advancement. If it means killing one of the gang bosses, I'm not above taking a swing at someone bigger than me. They can be bigger than you, just make sure they don't hit harder than you. Wise words, sister. Okay. That was something. We have another quest. barrels full of murky red water, severed limbs bob under the greasy soup skin. Soup skin! Soup skin! What? I did not read that right. I read that right. I don't want to know. Battle plans are scribbled over a blood-stained map of the tiers. Arrows point towards the inner ring of the Vandren Valley, and small circles are drawn around the citadel. Most of the provisions are withered with rot. That doesn't make any sense. Hello, my good sir. You look purple.
Huh. It's all in the reflexes.
I'm stealing that. That's all mine. Hello, sir. Hail, Fatebinder of Tunon, that his favored officer pounds a heavy gauntlet against the chest in a stiff but warm greeting. Were I a betting or a superstitious man, I'd say fortune must favor me today. I am not. But I'm pleased to meet you all the same. Now what brings you to my little slice of personal damnation, otherwise known as this here mud and shit-stinking chorus camp. Have anything you'd like to report, soldier? What about the chorus isn't unusual. The army itself is a strange malnourished beast, but no. No, the screamers seem mostly in order, ma'am. And I haven't been spying, if that's what you're implying, ma'am. Of course, even if I was, I'd be damned near impossible to learn anything from this Fifth Eye and those damn Furies don't even look me in enough for me to do my detail, and it's not for lack of trying on my part. What do you mean? I'm not just here to keep a steady eye on the Oathbreakers, who they give far too much freedom after conscribing. I'm here to be a resource for the benefit of both armies. I can provide insights regarding proper stratagem and request a stock of troops from Iron Marshal Arrhenius for reinforcements, if needed, but they won't listen to me, nor confide in me, nor fight beside the brethren I could request. Why are you stationed with a chorus? The way most of my days go, you'd think I was here to row with Blood Chanters and Scarlet Furies, but my post is to represent its favor's interest before Fifth Eye and the Scarlet Chorus, for Iron Marshal Arrhenius. Not that I've gotten to do either in so much as the last span. What do you think of the Scarlet Chorus? They're rabid dogs, the lot of them. Ever seen a screamer racing headlong into battle like a hound chasing a winter hare? I have. And I can tell you more often than not, it's the screamer who ends up skinned and gutted. Leave the campaign to the chaos that's the chorus, and we're doomed. Have they been cooperative? No one tells me anything. They all lack honor and discipline. Don't think they could cooperate even if it's what they actually wanted. Guess I shouldn't be surprised, considering they serve the Archon of Secrets. You'd speak ill of one of the Kairos' generals. No! Oh, whoops. You must know, I meant no disrespect to the Overlord, ma'am. Besides, only a dumb shit or a dying man would insult the voices in his own camp, and I don't intend to be neither. You sound frustrated. Having a fist for every Fury who wants to talk to you, and that's after I try to talk them down. It's a kind of damn mess. You act like it's punishment to be assigned to this detail, isn't it? I know I fucked up to get here. Got 3 days in the hole and a nice little promotion to go with my new post. Well, I won't be making the same mistake twice when it comes to the Iron Marshal. Should be out there, fighting for Ash's glory, not standing here ready to run back a report should something ever finally fucking happen. What exactly did you do to end up here? Made the grave mistake of suggesting the Iron Marshal wasn't fully utilizing the Scarlet Chorus. Well, here I am. A liaison officer to a camp of liars and cheaters who sooner got me than asked for my aid. Guess she showed me. You kind of walked into that one, buddy. You kind of deserve that one. Our lives are at risk, and even then, you can't get along with a chorus. Begging your pardon, ma'am, but I've never fought a battle where my life wasn't on the line. Kind of nature of war, isn't it? Fair enough. He has a point, actually. That was interesting. We've learned a little bit from him, for sure. steal a spear. Oh, a bow! Finally, a bow. Your thoughts to yourself, course, maggot. What the fuck? What was that? How does he drop anchor if he can't take his armor off? Keep your thoughts to yourself. God, please stop. What was that? Oh. Can be sold to a merchant. Cool. Okay. Oh look, it's Quiet Shift. Are you still mad at me? She is.
Can't do that.
She's bitchy.
Sorry, I can't. Sorry, I can't.
Oh, we don't have high enough subterfuge? What? No way. Really? It's odd. There we go. I can't really put anything on him, so it doesn't matter. Accuracy. Parry, recovery. Free me from the karma strike. So, let's see. I need more. What was it? Subterfuge? Which is made with quickness and wits. And this needs 47. We have 45. Would this help? Yep, not enough. Do they stack? I assume the answer is no. That didn't help anyway. Finesse, but finesse is not quickness. That is not the same. Right. Do I have anything that gives me quickness? No. No. Oh. +4 wits. That would help. You murder a goat to reset your karma. My dude, without context, the things you're saying are pretty concerning.
Got it.
Ah! Aversion, whatever that means. Okay. We got...
I got it.
Well, I mean, I know what the word means. I know what the items for. Oh, it's the Lucia and Marcus of whatever the fuck his name is of this camp. That's cute. Well, look who we have here. The Fatebinder finally shows herself. She's chewing on something. Please do not chew and speak to me. I'm Reg, and this is Baz. We were wondering when you might pay the camp a visit. The Fifth Eye has been a little starved for attention. He ordered us to watch you like a troublesome babe. Make sure you don't get out of line. Baz knits her fingers together, joints crackling as she smiles. Something like that. If you have questions, ask us. Good luck finding anyone else in camp who'll give you answers, or even a smile. So anything we can do for you? Tell me about yourself, Baz. I was a sellsword at the beck and call of fat merchants. Just another dented face in the crowd. After too many years of spilling blood in local skirmishes, I realized that I was only killing time. Then Kairos showed me a better way. Unity, purpose. Now I fight for something, not just someone. Been watching the Scarlet Furies practicing my blade work. Not good enough to join them yet, but I bet I could show you a thing or two. Tell me about yourself, Reg. I had a family, a farm, then the chorus came, and, well, now I serve the chorus. Priorities change when you hear screams in the night and feel a blade pressed to your neck. Things like farms or families, they don't seem as important. I used to have nightmares thinking about the culling. When the Scarlet Chorus conscripts a village, they hold a ceremony known as the culling. Every able-bodied man, woman, and child is given a weapon and forced to fight their family and friends to the death. Those who survive are deemed strong enough and free from old ties to join the army of the Voices of Narat. Felt awful remembering how I hacked my mom and dad to bits just so I could survive. The Fifth Eye heard me howling one night, pulled me out of the horde, and took an interest in me. Now I'm studying magic, calling fire from nothing. If my mom and dad could see me now, they'd be so proud. Okay, you're something. Tell me about your time in the Scarlet Chorus. Meg and I were conscripted at the Gates of Judgment. He used to fight for Archon, me for Azure. How many fights we survived so far? 11. Nope. 14. I count each day in Sunder separately. The chorus is not as bad as it smells. That's about how I describe Barik, too. The strong like me and Reg, we're allowed to take what we want, what we deserve. We live only as well as our strength affords us, as it should be. Can you tell me about Fifth Eye? They say he shares a direct link with the Voices of Narat. Guard your tongue around him. He's a little wild, bloodthirsty, mad, brilliant. I was going to say eccentric. The chorus isn't picky about who joins the ranks, so you can expect to find some unusual types. Most are as likely to kill you as promote you. What do you know about Vendrin's Well? The walls might seem imposing, but the Vendrian Guard do a better job of hiding its weaknesses and fixing them. We took the Citadel once before, we can take it again. We have to, don't we? Though Kairos knows I don't want to stay any longer than necessary. You should know better than to parade your cowardice before the Fatebinder. It's not cowardice, it's just superstition. Are you afraid of the Spire? Sorry, Fatebinder. I wouldn't have mentioned anything. I shouldn't have mentioned anything. The fact of the matter is we were told to stay away from spires and old walls ever since we were babes. Of all the dumb childhood lessons that fell by the wayside, that one stayed the same. Imagine a soldier of the chorus pissing himself over architecture. More like what's underneath it. The Bane lurk around those old sites and kill anything they can catch unawares. I've no wish to meet the Bane in combat unless there are 100 blood chanters at my back. Me neither, I suppose. Baz, let's see what you can teach me. Let's dance. Jesus Christ. Nice. Oh, if I could level up, I could grab some bow training from her. That would have been nice. Ever since the Fatebinder spoke Kairos' edict, I felt like bugs were crawling under my skin. Oh, I didn't see you there, Fatebinder. So anything we can do for you? Reg? Magic staff. Subterfuge and lore. Oh! I love him already. Bro. Bro. Could have learned lore from you. I need to level up. Snigler Dagos. You have a weird name, bro. What an honor! The name's Snigler Dagos. Originally, from the relative tranquility of the Northern Empire, I have since accepted a nomadic life for the sake of keeping Kairos' forces supplied with only the finest goods, local and imported. Let me see your wares. It's not much, but it's honest work. But let me know if you see anything that piques your interest. It's not bad. It's not bad. It's not fucking bad. Okay, okay. It's not bad. Still not gonna wear all that, but cool. Anyway. I'm just gonna steal your shit. Thank you. That's the 5th eye dude. We've talked to her. So, puppy! Can I pet the puppy? Can I pet the puppy? Can I pet the puppy? Come on. No, where are you going? Puppy. Oh. They won't let me pet the puppy. Okay, let's talk to the prisoners. How's it going, guys? Having a good time? No? The 5th eye must authorize all prisoner
Sorry,
visitors.
I can't.
Well, your mom. Fuck off. What's that? I'm scared. Sigil of Illusion. Cool. That sounds cool. I'll do that. There's 3 vitality. Why not? There you go. I'm just making the spell better and better each time. That's about it. It's the same spell anyway. Hello. Make it, sir. Wait a minute. Shit. Fuck. Not good enough. We'll get there. Scarlet Fury armor. Cool. Hello, did I just steal that from you? I hope not. The binder of Tunon arrives, squilling with teenager's timber. Huh? Like he's just really excited I'm here? That's a little weird. The 5th eye's voice makes your gums itch and your fingernails feel in need of a trim. What? And we just finished having a bit of sport with some captives. But worry not, we'll have more fun with another batch momentarily. Dressed in the bronze-red regalia of the Crimson Spears, the personal gang of the Voices of Narat, these top enforcers of the chorus answer only to the Archon of Secrets, and all gang members must follow their orders as if they were the words of the Archon himself. Punish poorly equipped mobs. Armed with fine bronze and rigorous training, their skills are regularly tested by rivals for their status. Even the top gangers must be ready to prove their strength if they wish to lead. Now that you have issued this edict and doomed us all to die, have you come to help us climb out of this hole? Not here to follow your every order, but we all need to work together to stop this edict. But of course, you are Tunon's concubine, not mine. Concubine? The fuck? I envy your long leash and hope you will grace us with your prowess, if only to set an example for the rabble. We know the Oathbreakers are focused in the citadel beneath the mountain spire, but we have learned this is not their only nest. Given their pattern of attacks, they must have a second group maintaining camp here in the outer valley, and unless we deal with this second group, they'll attack from behind the moment we cross the river. This favored think you can't control your horde and that many are defecting back to the Vendrian Guard. Wrong, and perhaps... It is no mean feat to herd this many desperate lives. For every 2 hands of humanity, there is at least 1 finger that snaps from the stress of our ways. A few have been lost on the margins, I won't deny that. But if you store grain, expect some rat feces. If you lead killers, expect some desertion. You've let the enemy move freely through the valley? I'm hurt. Insult my manners or maturity, but do not insinuate that I sit idle when there's blood to be shed. We have dealt with countless Oathbreakers, but one group remains at large, despite our best efforts. Captain Pelox's crew consistently evades or kills our own gangs. So you need help taking out these fuckers. And while a good old-fashioned slaughter would be an efficient solution, the smarter answer is not to kill them, but to add their strength to ours. My last group of scouts returned with a new batch of prisoners, and one of these prisoners claims she can lead us to the Vendrian Guard's secondary camp, though there are shreds of deception in her voice. I could use your help questioning this Varia Kell. Perhaps you will... 1 second. Sorry. Perhaps you will get less screams and tears and more useful information out of her. Oh yeah, that's me. I'm very good at diplomacy. Especially with the last guy, whose fate I had to decide, who was also a prisoner. There was a lot of diplomacy involved. I will speak with the prisoner. That sounds fun. Here we go. Sure, this is about to go so well.
Can't do that.
That looks like someone I'm supposed to recruit. Please, someone, I wish to bow before the voices of Narat. I thought all could find redemption in the chorus. A woman in the makeshift armor of the Vendrian Guard lurches forward in agony. Her soiled, trembling legs suggest she has been forced to stand for days. This one was hollering earlier that she knows the location of the Vendrian Guard encampment, but she isn't being entirely honest. I told this thing that I wanted to guarantee I'd live and be welcomed into the chorus as a captain. Then I'll talk. Otherwise, they'll just kill me once I've opened up. I was dumb enough to join with the Vendrian Guard, but I'm not dumb enough to give away my bargaining bronze. You claim you would disavow your people for the Scarlet Chorus. Why the change of heart? Because I want to live and you don't need to be the Archon of Premonitions to know that the Younger Realms are gone for good. Blinked several times, catching her breath. Kairos is the new strength of the tears, and I would rather stand with his Archons than be crushed by them. Why should I trust the words of an Oathbreaker? I suppose I have no answer for that. Rias's eyes fall to the ground and she swallows nervously. When I joined with the Vendrian Guard, I accepted their broken vow unto myself. Have you not felt passion for foolish cause, one you later came to regret? Well, my surrender is sincere, and I'm willing to bow before the voices of Nerat to prove it. Tell me what you know, and I can see to your release. I heard the chorus is looking for Captain Pelox Florian and his crew. I can lead you to them, but only if you release me. She turns her head, taking a long look at skewered and smoldering corpses around her. She tugs at her restraints, but to no avail. You're lying. Why don't you tell me what you actually know, and I'll see about saving you. Well, you see, shaken by your demand, her lips move wordlessly for several seconds. So, I don't know exactly where the rest of my crew is, but I can tell you. Search that one. She reaches up with her right leg and points with her foot, calling attention to a nearby pile of corpses. The tall, dark one, missing most of his face. Check his left boot. He was the literate one in our crew. He had the orders. With a snap of his fingers, a pair of choirmen yank the boot off the fallen guardsman. A rolled parchment slides out of the boot and is thrust into the fifth eye's hands. He unfurls the scroll to give it a read. It's nonsense, just a mash of words. She said she had information, she gives us garbage. Slay this wretch for wasting our time. I heard her say she'd swear fealty to the voices of Nerat, and initiation rite would be in order. I'm going to try to remain silent, though, I think, just in case she says something else. No, I don't think we're gonna have another opportunity. Seeing as you are an expert on the subject of fate, I will entertain your wisdom on the matter. What then would you propose we do with her? You're wasting a good slave. Work her until she's broken, feed her to the pigs. A fine decision. The fifth eye claps his bloodied gloves together, signaling two nearby guards with a nod. The Oathbreakers already had their chance to surrender and chose to play the possum's feint. Let's make an example of her. What? No! But I gave you information, motherless savages! May hunger take your children! Laughter erupts as Varaya is dragged off to her fate. I kept you alive. They were just gonna kill you. We're no closer to finding the Oathbreaker's position, not with this cryptic mess. She promised us answers, and all she gave us was gibberish.
Sorry to interrupt, but I highly doubt it's gibberish. More likely, it's one of the local scripts.
Figures. The voice comes from another prisoner tied up next to Varaya. An older gentleman, with the quills, ink, vials, and parchment scrolls one finds on the sages of the School of Ink and Quill. Ink smudges cover his cheeks, temples, and ears. His clothes appear charred, and between the rips of the fabric you spot burned scars along his arms. Despite being emaciated and tied to a post, he offers a beaming smile. And who are you?
I'm Sage Lantry, one of the hired quills that was coordinating missives between the Vendrian Guard captains. They aren't paying me anymore and aren't coming to my rescue. So I'll decipher that parchment for you. That's what smart prisoners do, right? Make themselves useful?
Read the parchment. Unknown to you. Fuck. Okay. Can you read this?
Well, let me see.
My favorite nerd?
I can't. Uh-huh. So, I don't know exactly what it says, but I'm half certain that's Sage Selwyn's handwriting. I'm sure I could decipher that in a few hours' time. Don't need my hands free, but I think better when not tied to a post. I know, I'm weird that way.
That makes two of us, I'm sure. Either you can read it or you cannot. What use is a sage that doesn't know his letters? I've heard all I need to hear. I say we have some fun with this one. Your life depends on you translating this scroll. Now!
I would love to help. I just need some time. That's written in another sage's shorthand. I'd have to sit down with it, or better yet, compare it to a piece of his writing I have stashed on me somewhere. If I sat down with it while sufficiently sober, it's highly probable I'd figure it out.
Sober? Since when do we share the good stuff with the prisoners?
I was wondering the same.
Nobody shared. Right before I was taken prisoner, I imbibed several vials of reagents. I wanted to be numb and disconnected when my captors used me for carnal catharsis. It's made these last few days tied to a post almost enjoyable.
Smart. Very smart. This dude knows what's up. Your only mistake was that you didn't take enough of them to kill yourself. Can't hurt to give him a few hours. You read the edict. I don't need to tell you the sundial is working against us. This addled old bag is just trying to stall us. So he can kill himself and absolutely everyone else on his side? That doesn't make any sense. The voices of Narat will be upset to know you squandered a source of enemy intelligence. How true. Then we shan't put him to waste. He will serve as a most riveting source of amusement as we put him on trial.
Fatebinder, I beseech you, be my advocate for this trial. I'm no fool. I know the chorus uses blood, not words, to settle these matters. But you are a servant of the Archon of Justice, are you not?
Fine, but I'll be his champion. He needs to live.
Good. I like it when Tunon's puppies get their paws dirty.
Verse? Shut up.
I wouldn't mind taking a swing at some loudmouth chorus braggarts myself.
Did you hear that, brothers and sisters? Raising his arms to the sky, the fifth eye roars for all nearby to hear. Trial by combat is upon us. Great. Sage is unbound from the post. Stiff legs nearly buckle as he attempts to walk, and his arms flex and flail in their new freedom. Wiping sweat and grime from his brow, the sage steps close to you with a nervous smile. Goofball. Rhythmic roaring and the stomping of hundreds of feet in unison flood the camp. Horsemen begin to circle and swirl about, brandishing weapons and cheering. They got this worked up to fight the enemy, I venture the war would be over by now. Begin the chant of gathering, let the warriors know that tonight's entertainment will soon commence. I have to get shit out of these fuckers. Great. Brothers and sisters, who amongst you sets the standard for strength? Who amongst you will help winnow the weak from the strong? Some random bitches. Yeah, I'll fuck you up. Our claimants have been assembled. Now let the trial of the Oathbreaker begin.
More!
Right. Hey, buddy. You're a... something. You're a healer, aren't you? Yes, you fucking are.
On it.
Oh, now I have to kill you. Never had a chance. Pity you won't enjoy this as much as I do. Oh, that one fucking better not wake up dead.
Oh, she fucking dead. She dead as fuck, bro. Whoops. How about?
We should try that again. Will do. Flawless.
Okay. By the righteous shedding of blood, we have found our answer. Regrettably, it appears the sage is worthy of leaving our camp alive. By the customs set forth by the voices of Marat, you are free to go, old man. Brag to your grandkids that you fell afoul of the chorus, yet live to tell the story. Are you hurt? Not in any lasting capacity. I'm, josted, but fine. Now, I believe I have a parchment to translate, lest I anger the powers that be. Well, much of the parchment was weathered, but I could make out the important parts of the text. The note makes mention of a meeting spot west of the Trip Nettle. So the old sage knows this word after all. Knows his words after all. I'd ask that you travel ahead and see if you can't get this Captain Florian to yield to the chorus. They will strike at first sight of a chorus gang, but perhaps they will parley if yours is the face they see. I know the area, and I suggest we go at once. I'll show you the way. I'm eager to be far from the stench of this camp. Something's amiss. There's a lot of fighting you for an old scholar, and now you're offering to join this expedition. I've met sages every bit as cutthroat as hardened gang bosses. They act the part of doddering scribes, but don't let that fool you. Smart for someone your age to be so mistrusting, but I'm not with the Oathbreakers, if that's what you're fishing at. I worked for them under duress, but I've no love for them. I'm not about to pledge to the chorus, and the disfavored wouldn't have me. Still, I consider myself a Kairos-fearing vassal of the Overlord's empire all the same. For as long as I've been a sage, I've been trained to defend myself. We don't spend all our time biting books and sketching wildlife, just most of it. For centuries, we've been in a quiet war with the School of Tides and the School of Wild Wrath. You can't travel alone as much as I do and not know the Bronze Dance. Oh no, I'd like to think I'm worth at least 3 or 4 angry peasants in a fight. Okay, hilarious. You're offering to come with me, why? Because the alternative is what? Living here with these illiterate brutes? My old study is under a river of fire and there's no family missing me. Besides, I'd much rather chronicle the binder that twice proclaimed the Edict of Kairos. I'd be a fool to let someone else write your story. Bro, I'm so sad I didn't get the notification and missed out on like 3 hours. It's okay. We've mostly just been complaining about this dude's smell and being mildly annoyed at the Scarlet Chorus's stupidity. But we just got Lantry. Lantry? Something like that. He's delightful. You want to chronicle me? Well, of course. Even if the burning library is never rebuilt, our work to chronicle the days and events needn't cease. And you're a noteworthy player in this whole war. I can't think of another living Fatebinder that has been twice given the honor of proclamation. Fine, if you're so eager, come with me. Splendid. You won't be disappointed. I know I may seem old and frail, but I know how to step lightly and how not to get killed. Reality? Really, I won't slow you down. Lead the way and let me know if I can be of service. Are we done here? Let's hightail it to Tripnettle. If your new pet doesn't behave himself along the way, I'm not above clipping his ears. What the fuck, verse? Be normal for 5 seconds. Holy shit. Now we have to talk to him. Okay, we have 4 friends. Yay! Well, we have 3 friends. The other one's me. Okay.
My Lord Binder, what can I do for you?
What do you think of Lantry? I do not know how many years he has walked the face of Stratus, but he clearly knows more than he claims to. Since he claims to know a great deal indeed, there is no limit to what he could be holding back. Interesting. Verse?
At your service, Fatebinder. What do you need? What did you have in mind?
I've been meaning to ask you about him. Lantry is talkative, reads when he isn't writing, and brings as much to the battlefield as a sick bird. The warriors at your side shouldn't suffer from Elder's ache in their sword arm. You would be better served by putting him out of his misery. We need him, and that's all you need to know. Understood. You got something in mind you're using him to accomplish. Then by all means, let him tag along, but don't expect me to keep him alive. If he's pulling his weight somehow, feel free to clue me in, because I'm not seeing it. Okay, she's not having a... Not a big fan of him. Gotcha. Okay, Lantry, let's talk. Lantry stops his stride, darting his hands about his bandolier and belt as he softly mouths off a mental inventory of his inks and quills. When at last assured his possessions are in place, he looks up at you with a smile. What might I do for you? I would like to know more about you. An understandable request. Let's see. Born in Sunder, no kids, what few longings of fatherly love I've got in my heart are satisfied by taking care of carrier birds. Learned my sigils and spells about 30 years back, and being able to defend myself has opened a life of field study, and I haven't grown tired of the wandering just yet. I've written on all manner of subjects, magics, birds, languages, geometry, but my main focus has been chronicling. I find there is no finer pursuit than recording the events of our times. There will always be legends of what happened. Someone ought to be making note of the real thing. Aside from that, I don't know. I practice centering stands. Okay. Draw portraits, make my own inks, and have a sharp aversion to autobiography. I'm about as boring as watching coral grow. How'd you wind up in Vendrian's well? When the Vellum Citadel was set aflame by... Yeah, that was me. Sorry about that. I fled as fast as my knees could carry me. Every direction seemed a bad idea, but heading to Vendrian's well seemed the least suicidal option, mind you. I was laboring under the misconception that the Vendrian guard had surrendered, and the fighting in the valley had stopped. Looking first at his left arm, then his right, he reads through the assorted notes inked across his skin. The fuck? Ah yes, 7th of sparring. That's when I crossed the mountains. That would be 2 days, 3 days after the Vendrian guard jettisoned their surrender and claimed the citadel in the valley. The Vendrian guard nabbed me and several other sages moving through the valley. The other sages were sympathetic to the Vendrian guard. As for me, I just agreed so not to get everyone killed. I think defying the Overlord is a really slow and stupid form of suicide. You're not wrong. Tell me about your work with the Oathbreakers. The Vendrian guard has several noble-born in their ranks, And they know their letters. Problem is, they've come from noble houses scattered across the realms, each with their own private script. That's where the sages and I come in. Between us, we're familiar enough with all the regional scripts to translate and coordinate. Fair? But translating is child's play. So I might have helped out a bit more. The old citadel at the center of the valley is a crumbling affair, and there's no time for proper construction. Seemed a crime not to put my magic to work. Okay. What did you learn of their plans in your time there? It won't surprise you to know their strategy is largely non-existent. They cling to the hope that their example will inspire others in the tiers to come to the valley and join the cause. The recent inaction between the Archons has emboldened them. Some even think the Archons fear the Vendrian Guard. I'm sure they have it quite wrong. Oh yeah, they do. What else can you tell me about the Oathbreakers? The Guard surrendered back in 429. While a lot of them were conscripted in the chorus, 3 of the leaders, Ari, Matani, and Florian, never turned themselves in. Instead, they hid in the valley, gathering up what resources they could until they could challenge the local garrison. At highest count, earlier in the year, they numbered over 400, their ranks swollen by soldiers of Haven and Azure that survived the war. They are a dying breed, these Oathbreakers. Most in the tiers have finally come to realize that Kairos has already won. And before you ask, as connoisseur of the inevitable, I have made my peace with the Overlord and bow to his might. How did you wind up a prisoner? Had to send some missives, and that meant getting to a clearing where my terns and doves might find me. The patrol with me was ambushed by the Scarlet Chorus. I tried to flee. Some youngster tackled me, and well, out of one fire into another, it's been running theme this year. Let me ask about something else. Tell me about your magic. Oh, I don't much like to brag about things like that. Not asking you to brag, I'm asking you to tell me what you can do. My major areas of focus have been preservation, concealment, and healing. Arts that have served me well in this newfound life as a peripatetic prey animal. The sages study all kinds of magic, but as a chronicler, I wanted magic that would help me see more, archive more, protect objects of historical value. Seeing as I feel like an old relic in need of some protection, my skills suit me well. Can you teach me? Sure. I can show you how to blend your own inks, train birds to think you're their mom, how to turn a goat into parchment, but I'm sure you'd prefer to learn some magic. If the school of ink and quill still mattered, I'd maybe be more tight-lipped, but if we're going to travel together, you should know how to mend wounds, especially if I'm killed. I know the edict still looms, but if you have a few hours, I could show you the basics of healing magic, or at least how I learned it. I would be honored to learn a little of what you know. Okay, he just writes some stuff down. Yay. We'll start with the first principles. When mending wounds and easing pain... Oh my god, we are actually about to do those. I thought it was just gonna... Oh god. Okay, I'll take notes if necessary. Here we go. When mending wounds and easing pain, we invoke the magic of the Orphan Midwife, Archon of Rebirth. By evoking her sigil, we channel her mastery. However briefly. Through our hands. Now trace the sigil, following the lines in the order I sketched them. What can you tell me about this Archon of Rebirth? Didn't realize you gave a care about your history. Well, the Orphan Midwife was born in 160, bowed to Kairos in 201. They say where she walked, plants would sprout, the sick would grow vigorous. She'd also send most folks into fits of rage and animals into heat. She sounds like quite a riot. We know her magic by way of one of her first disciples, who migrated to the tiers in 222. To spread her wisdom, an act that happened to be illegal under Kairos' law. For that, and a host of other transgressions, the Orphan Midwife has been imprisoned for over a century, or so the story goes. That's a very interesting little detail. A bitch whose whole thing is healing magic has been imprisoned by Kairos, a dude known amongst many other things for being borderline immortal. Okay. Follow his instructions. Since this isn't your first cantrip, I'll move a little quickly, but I think you can keep up. And then he just does a bunch of hand in the air sign things. I now know how to heal. And so if you need to heal pain as opposed to purge an infection, You'd move your hand like so, but you know, that's enough for now, and I think the rest you can figure out on your own. Well, thank you, sir. That was very nice of you. Tell me about the sages. For hundreds of years, the sages have been devoted to the collection and preservation of knowledge. We are scholars, bookmarkers, archivists, and students of the mystique and the mundane alike. The wisest of our guild, not that I truly belong in that category, are versed in sigils and spellcraft. Well, that's at least how it used to be. With the destruction of the Vellum Citadel, sorry about that, okay? The sages have been scattered to the winds. There were once more sages than I could name. Many have died or been taken prisoner by Kairos' forces. I might have had something to do with that. Sorry. So what do you know of the Citadel? I once felt a rush of pride at that name. Now it's a blight on our reputation. The Citadel was a beautiful sanctuary of parchment and ink. We had amassed knowledge from the Northern Empire to the coast of the Tiers. It would take a score of lifetimes to learn all the Citadel could teach you. I tried my best to keep it in place. I did. I quick-loaded multiple times, okay? It always burns. But the sages in charge of the Vellum Citadel thought themselves above Kairos' rules. The Overlord learned the sages were copying and spreading lies and forbidden knowledge. Kairos put an end to life at the Citadel with his Edict of Fire. All that knowledge set aflame. When we bind books, we bind them to last. Our most important tomes were warded against fire and other maladies. So many of the books remain intact as the shelf and floor melt away. I suppose it's still there, if you want to brave danger and certain death for it. There is good reason they call it the Burning Library now. Who leads the school? I keep learning more names for those who died during the Edict of Fire, so my information could be obsolete. But with Sage Krevnik incinerated, Sage Renata would be the current provost. And if she dies, well, fuck, thanks to all recent deaths, maybe I'll be next in line. Let's archive that away under things to worry about later. In truth, there isn't much guild left to lead. Our library fortress is in ashes, our membership in disarray, and it doesn't help that we have something of a spotty reputation here in the Tiers. Fear of magic being something of a local specialty. What's your role in the guild? One of the chief writers. It's our attempt to record the truth of all things in their proper sequence. It's the ongoing life work of generations of sages, and I have the honor of witnessing history and having my vantage point be a matter of record. The sages would not bow to Kairos, yet you do. True, my peers can grasp many abstract concepts, but on the subject of hopeless wars, their stupidity rises to idiotic splendor. The sages believed themselves the mightiest magical guild in the Tiers, and they could even back that claim, but they mistook being the best for being a match for Kairos. How it is, so many can study so much history and learn so little. I've studied Kairos and the Archons in great detail, enough so that I am no longer blinded by fear of their magic. Hi, Alert Cute. To my mind, it seems like... nor by envy of their special gifts. To my mind, it seems like nonsense to bow to a mere king or queen when one could serve Kairos, the living embodiment of rulership. Okay. Guess that's about it. I have a finite appetite for discussing myself, and I'm more than sated. Let us press onward. Huh. I don't have much of an option to talk to him about himself or anything, really. Interesting. Okay. To get even greater increase to weapon damage and armor. Why the fuck not? I am not even going to pretend to understand this. I'm trying. Okay. Hello. Are we done? Oh, we're not done. What is your role in the chorus? I am the most loyal, oh so loyal, of his numerous warriors. While the whole of the chorus remains loyal to the voices of Nerat, I am truly the most loyal. His voice becomes wistful, oh so loyal, of his numerous warriors. He's a Crimson Spear, part of the Archons' inner circle. Dozens of the strongest gang bosses answer to him, and from there the orders trickle down to the rest of the army. I am the Archon's marshal, retainer, and humble servant. I am his eyes and his ears, but also his mouth, for I speak with his authority when he is absent. He twirls his flanked spear in his hand. I am his killing edge when the rabble is moved to war. Did you ask for this honor? I did not have to. He saw the need inside of me, and through his arcane ministrations burned away the clinging, clawing parts of me that foolishly resisted his enlightenment. Oh, Jesus. Disgusting as I may find this creature, the Fifth Eye is not the only one who has suffered changes in the service of this war. No, indeed, you ironclad behemoth. Oh, he thinks he's interesting. Have you ever considered jumping ship and enlisting with a chorus? With strength like yours, we could have you leading a decorated gang in your first week. If I ever jumped ship, it would only be to sink to the bottom of the waves, beyond the reach of you and your parasite of an Archon. Barik, you're absolutely right. Good thing you mentioned loyalty twice. Now I'm really convinced. The Fifth Eye stares at you, arms folded. He says nothing. The fact that we just lost his portrait just somehow makes this a lot more scary than it should be. What did I do? Are all the Crimson Spears as odd as you? I would not ask you to speak of the other Fate Binders. I will not speak for the other Crimson Spears. He's odd as fuck because he's an eye, not because he's a Crimson Spear. The Spears are a cold, determined bunch. Eyes are a breed apart, owning a fraction of the Archon of Secret's madness. When did you take the vows of the chorus? Unlike most of the conscripts here, I did not need a cudgel against the head to see the wisdom of the Archon of Secrets. I proudly joined. Okay, sure. Bastard City. Oh! Oh boy, I might have been involved in that. These days, you follow the chorus or die. We who chose the path and killed to defend our place are the old guard. Even if it's been 2 or 3 years, the chorus has a short memory. What can you tell me about Ascension Hall? He just points at it. At the center of Vendrian's Well, at the base of the mountain spire, he points to the northeast, where the spire cuts blah 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 blah. It's a small fortification. Ascension Hall is the name of the Citadel's inner council chamber. We had left a garrison when this valley was first taken in 429, with the Citadel being their base of operations. When the Oathbreakers staged their revolt, the garrison at Ascension Hall was defeated. Makes sense that Kairos' edict would demand that we burn this rebellion back to its point of origin. What do you know of this favorite commander? Iron Marshal Arrhenius is a doting warrior. Just like the Archon of War, she's one of a few select, disfavored, cautious, and cowardly enough to be trusted with the Archon's iron toddlers. No doubt her primary qualifications include being related to Ash, the Legion's a little big into pedigree. Oh, that is, I did not misread that. Legion's a little big into pedigree, if you catch my drift. Keep insulting my commander and I'll slap that mask off your face. Not that I'm eager to see what's inside. I feel like I need to play this game again, except I'm just going for full fear. Just full fear, just make everyone terrified of me. Sorry for this one, Barik, but shut the fuck up. you don't need my counsel, then I'm happy to keep it to myself. I'm not much for talking under the best of circumstances. This doesn't even nearly qualify. Though I am loath to speak highly of her, I cannot deny she is a brilliant swordswoman, and the other disfavored seem to take her seriously, despite the serious stick that's propped up her backside. Who's the strongest in your camp? I am, naturally, says Verse. Well, the Archon is, without question, the mightiest in camp. Death Nell is the master trainer here, and she's almost tough enough to take me. She's a biter, don't tell her. I told you— oh, don't tell her I told you that. But she can be trusted to fight and lead. And while her humility is lacking, Verse is correct. She's been running with the Furies even longer than Death Nell. Too bad that skill in Puissance did nothing to save her sisters. Bro, that was rude. Sounds like you're insulting my friend here. Did I detect a hint of fighting words in your voice? Then I must have spoken in error. I meant no offense. I wished only to convey that Verse is a true survivor, an embodiment of the kind of grit the chorus reveres. So kind of you to step in and protect my honor that way, because I'm clearly incapable of speaking for myself. Shut the fuck up, Verse. I was just trying to see if I could fuck with him. Is there a reliable quartermaster or peddler in the camp? Yeah, that guy over there.
At your service. What do you need?
Nothing. Just checking on you.
My Lord Binder, what can I do for you?
Odd. Well, looks like we've pretty much talked to everyone, I think.
Can't do that. Sorry, I can't.
Okay, so they're okay-ish with me now. I'm not super upset. Hello. Okay. You still don't want to talk to me? Not particularly. Okay. Well, we're done here. So what am I dealing with in terms of quests? Cool. I have so many thingies. Holy shit. Oh. Nope, that's still the same one. Sad. Anyway. That's an interesting dude. Sir, you have a quill as a weapon. Have you noticed that? Oh, it's a thrown weapon. Holy shit. Okay. Cool. Anyway. Ceremonial... Aha. Head wrap. Guess I'm trying to hide my face really badly. For some reason. Just make sure. Okay. So, right, quests. Depends on recruitment. I could go and recruit more people. Right. Let's hope we can do everything in time. Things I need, places I need to go. western side of the valley. Echo Call. But that one's also part of the main quest. We need to go to Northern Clearing. And we need to go to Echo Call, and we need to travel to this remote settlement on the west. What am I dealing with here? Remote settlement, there it is. But Northern Clearing so far. Ah. I am. Oh, look at that. There's like a bunch of other locations around. Which would imply at some point. Holy shit, we're gonna go this far? We only have like we have like what, 2 weeks before this fucking our time runs out? Jesus Christ. Oh, okay. I am looking forward to seeing what the fuck happens this game. Okay, what makes the most sense? That way, and then that way. No, because I'm pretty sure that's actually a main quest. Helps that one helps that. It makes more sense to go here first. Let's try. I am a little curious with one thing though. So I'm just gonna save, like quick save, because I'll need to quick load later. We're gonna try to go back to the camp. I just want to see. To make your way, that went through the forest of Old Apex. Mountains loom above you. So you get a group of Oathbreakers. They seem to be just around the next bend in the road. We can try to talk to them. Representative of the Overlord, you will not sell your authority by skulking around the forest. As you're on the bend, you find yourself looking at not one patrol of warriors, but two. Apex Heraldry and Heavy Bronze Scale marks the first group as a member of the Vendrian Guard. The older warriors, however, wear rings of bronze set in heavy cured leather, sigil on their tabard styled in the likeness of the Bane. You recognize them from your time as governor of Lethion's Crossing. These are members of the Bronze Brotherhood, brutal mercenaries out of Haven. Speak with them, you clear your throat, step forward. The Oathbreakers and mercenaries turn on you as one, muscles tensing all about, hands itching towards weapons. The lead Oathbreaker's mouth falls agape as she recognizes you. The Fate Binder. She slides her weapon from its sheath and holds it aloft. Tearsman, this is the tyrant who would take our lands from us, who would claim the Citadel, who would damn us all to death. I know none more deserving of death than this one. Oh, she's retarded. Convince the mercenaries to leave.
You learn something every day.
Few crimes earn the enmity of the Court of Fate Binders, you state. Then the death of one of their own. Those involved can expect to be hunted to the shores of the Tears and beyond. One of the mercenaries laughs. Who would bring charges against him if all witnesses to the crime have expired? Oathbreakers and mercenaries alike draw their weapons, advancing hungrily upon you. God damn it. The girl gotta try, you know?
Yes.
Fuck. Okay, I did not expect that. Game's just wasting my fucking time. I'm sitting here counting the hours before the edict fucking wipes us all out, and the game is like, would you like a random encounter? Fuck. Thank you. And the thing is, I wasn't even gonna keep this. I was just coming in here to check if talking to a specific character would change anything, and then I was gonna go back. Where is she? You. I spoke to someone on the other camp. Edict draws near, preparations are almost complete, where we aren't moving enough. No. Nothing. Okay, that's all I wanted to know. So she doesn't have anything to say about the dude in the other camp whom she sent there. I wanted to see if there was anything I could tell her, but no. So we go to a room. Actually. Fuck. I wanted to see if there's anything we can tell to the Archon. Like, of all the things we've learned, if just maybe there's something...
I got it.
Something he might want to learn about? Something I can tell him? Like, you know, I'm spying on the other motherfucker. Here's all this information, bro. No? Okay, well... That's the extent of that. Let's go then. Forward to the remote settlement. I think we were coming in here to try and convince them to join the Chaos people, right? Without bloodshed, preferably. Hopefully. If possible.
I got it.
Yeah, convince the settlers to join the chorus. Okay. Is that even possible? Well, the fact that I walk in and the first thing I do is steal their shit's probably not helping. Or maybe it is.
Can't do that.
Fuck if I know. Maybe that does help.
Can't do that.
I'm a little concerned with the fact that I can't see any of them. Are they all inside their houses? I guess that makes sense. It is the middle of the fucking night. Probably. Normal. Oh. And now they all come out of the houses. No need to hide. I've no desire to fight. Merely to talk. The wooden beams on the rooftop to the north creak under someone's weight. A tree rustles behind you. I have come to offer you redemption with the Scarlet Chorus. I'm doing my best to try and save you all. Feel free to help me with that endeavor. Go home to your overlord. I figured. Sorry, friend, but you won't be leaving here in one piece. We'll send your head back north. I want your folks to see what happens to those who invade our lands. This is not about to go well for you, buddy. Gonna see if there's any combination of statements I can make that makes this go any better for them, but if I have to fight, I'll fight. Wrong button. Doesn't seem to change anything, no matter what I say.
Right.
Yeah, if I stay silent, doesn't do anything. What if I threaten them? I'm guessing it's gonna do the same. Doesn't really matter. Yeah, doesn't matter. So I'll try the diplomatic route, and then hopefully the choices will matter after I kill those 3 retards.
On it.
Let's see. Right.
To battle!
Right. Not what I meant to do here.
Won't happen.
Right, and now she's making him be stuck. Good job, buddy. Burning arrow. Why is she using arrows? Just 20 dodge. Dodging enemy attacks. She series of well-aimed arrows into the target from above.
You afraid of death, worm?
Ready for another?
Will do.
This is a little awkward, but it's sort of working. Thrusts both of her weapons into target penetrating armor. Should probably do that then.
Keep your filthy hands off me!
Jesus. Okay. I was not asking you to drink the poison, if that's what you just did, honey. I hope not.
Can't wait to try that again. Let them think they can hit me.
Barely. It's a little stupid, but... fuck are they doing here? Not bad. I'd have piled up the same number of corpses in half the sword strokes, but, well, where are my manners? One ought not to criticize help so generously given. You have my deepest and sincerest gratitude for getting those Vendrian peasants in my place. How can you be so damn pleased? These people are dead. That's several conscripts that won't be joining the chorus. We already got what we needed. The willing ones. She points to several of the armed fighters at her side. We were hoping a different face might convince the remainder to join us, but alas. Well, can't win them all, can you? So you put me in harm's way under a false pretense. I could have your head for this. The Oathbreakers were but a warm-up. Step closer so I can knock that grin off your face. Whoa now. No need to break any bones over it. If you're friggin' pissed, take it up with Deathnell. It was her plan, not mine. Look then, I'll tell everyone how badly you slapped around the Oathbreakers, okay? You did us a real favor, and you deserve to have your glory touted. That was a complete waste of my fucking time.
I got it.
Wow. I wonder if I did this quest after having a much better relationship
Can't do
with
that.
these fuckers, like their group. If that would have caused them to join me instead of fighting.
Sorry, I can't.
On site? I don't know. No idea, bro. But that was a massive waste of my fucking time. And I don't have a lot of it.
At your service. What do you need?
And you have nothing to say about that? Okay, awesome. Great. Well, since I'm gonna have to go through them anyway, so... Can't be asked. Death bitch. Let's have a chat, shall we? What the fuck? This is going to be worth it. In one swift stride, you close the distance between the two of you and then a punch squarely in her stomach. The force of it knocks her back a pace, causing her to take a knee. She lets out a few coughs before regaining her composure and standing back up. You, or any chorus member, try anything like that again, and I'll put you on a spike myself. I'll make a note to watch my step around the fate binder of Tunon. Good punch. Immunity to poisoned. Interesting. I'm gonna see how that goes if I don't do that. Just real quick. And then I will reload so that we can punch her again, as I much prefer to do so. You got some explaining to do. You have my gratitude for rooting out the roof breakers. Oh, come now. Don't take it personal, Binder. I knew a fighter like you could hold your own against grim odds. Knew it the moment I laid eyes on you. You knowingly put a member of Tunon's court in danger. I assure you, this is no laughing matter. Oh, because she's literally laughing. Charm. You can see the Fury's eyes from beneath her mask become tight slits to twitch with anger. I'm reminded how humorless faint biters can be. Then she gives me the items. Take it as a compliment. You expect me to just take your scrap metal as a compliment? If I've wronged the pride of Tunon's court as severely as it would seem, then take these as well. Some spoils I was hoping to hold on to, but take it as a sign of no harm done, okay? Nah, we're punching the shit out of her. I don't give a shit about the money. We're punching her. Absolutely. Square in the face. That was not okay. We have days to keep everyone alive, including her and us, and she's fucking around. This is fucking stupid. She's retarded. Punch her. Yeah. You or any chorus member try anything like that again, and I'll beat you on a spike myself. I'll make a note to watch my step around the Fatebinder of Tunon. Good punch. Apologies. I usually mute myself, but the mute button is currently not working. Just Fatebinder. Takes a cautious step back. Good. As it should be. Bitch. Yo, did you see that? Aw, I was hoping he would actually comment on it. Wait, Vitals? Who are these? Preston shuffles with nervous energy. As soon as your eyes meet, he looks away in a panic. Look alive, soldier. This place eats the weak. Huh? I didn't... yes, Captain. New to the chorus? Captain's a southern term. Kairos' armies have commanders, and I'm neither. I shouldn't be here. The chorus, I don't know what I was thinking. I'm not like these people. I'm going to die here. Or at least I hope I die here. And soon. And to think I... Did someone take the vow for you? Feeling generous today, so I'll give you some pointers. Pointers, Captain? Of what sort? Come on, raise your fists and defend yourself. I'll show you how to survive and maybe later how to kill. Best if I don't Miss Fatebinder. I don't think Two Tooth would like it none if he saw me training, and I've taken enough licks from him to last me the rest of the lifetime. Do not let your guard down. Strike back and watch your leg work. First, you're knocking him backwards, panting. He regains himself, avoiding your exaggerated and slowed strikes until he swallows enough confidence to punch back. It takes him a while, but eventually he lands a decently hard hit. Leathen mark. Kairos' knife in the shadows. Ooh. Ooh. Nice one, kid. Keep it up, and you'll be a famed warrior in no time. Nah, we're camping this up. Again. He cringes, tensing reflexively from the force of strike, but does better against the next one and the next. He throws all of himself into the training, eventually he wipes them out of bangs from his eyes and offers you a grateful grin. I won't forget my training, Miss Fatebinder. I'll keep fighting and struggling, and I'll get stronger, till there isn't nobody who can push me around. Aw, adorable! Although it did seem to be implied that he was part of some kind of secret Kairos group or something. We'll see about that later. Very odd. Very concerning. good amount of finesse. Anyway. Right. Sounds cool. There we go. Aw,
Yes.
He was adorable. Hey, Tooth. This game of dice. Huh, he likes me, I guess? Because I helped the other guy?
Sorry, I can't.
Can I talk to Quiet Shiv now, or is she still bitching and mad at me? Oh, looks like she's still mad at me. Oh well. Yep. Interesting. Yo, anything new? Guess not. And you? Guess not. What about
Sorry,
that
I
dude in
can't.
the corner? Anything new from you? No. Okay. Well, that was interesting. Oh, 1 second. So we've been there. Didn't really help. Let's go here now. I'm terrified. I'm watching the time. I'm watching the clock move. Oh no. When was I too late? Or are they always dead when you arrive? Shit.
On the lookout.
You see what I see?
Yes. I do. I'm trying here, okay? I am.
Sorry, I can't.
Okay, so they are in there. Is there any other way I could get to them? Maybe. Big maybe. Big fucking maybe.
Can't do that.
I don't think so though. I don't think going around's gonna let me in.
Can't
But we
do
try.
that.
Shut up.
Slow and steady.
Missives. Do I have anyone? No. Not yet.
Sorry, I can't.
That does make me want to check something. We had a new... these guys. Mark was pleased by your sly ways. The fuck did I do? Archon of Shadows, rumor makes him Kairos' deadly assassin, though few will willingly speak of him for fear of drawing his gaze. Ooh, I like him. Hell yeah, I like him already. Oh, it's like PoE style. That's cool. Anyway. Right. Shields and armor. See an enemy. Target is compelled to attack Barik for a short time. Right. No.
Heads up, we have come.
Fuck out of the way, bro.
No can do.
I see you there. No, leave until you're dead! Ugh.
Let's have a search of greatness.
Get our fate binder!
Shit, I think I just went down, didn't I? Fuck. That was a little bit of an accident. Oopsie. Fuck. Well, it do be like that.
Count on it.
Why can't I get her to just not draw so much attention? Jesus.
Got
Like even he's drawing all the
dark all of a sudden.
The other guy is supposed to take the aggro. Why? Why is everyone taking so much aggro out of the one guy who's supposed to take all the aggro?
As you command.
Fuck. I think we're gonna die here, buddies. Oopsie.
Grovel before me! Come and face my iron! I feel much.
There goes one of them.
Damn my eyes! I will aid you.
He's having a really hard time just hitting the guy. Okay, let's load that again. Didn't go very well. Fuck. Positioning, not ideal. Okay, let's think. I need to draw them to, I need to draw them. He needs to be at the front.
On it.
Yes. Watch from Barik's armor, fly into a cloud of iron above the Fate Binder. These weapons begin to rain down in a storm around the Fate Binder, damaging enemies nearby. Both bang on their shields and armor, harassing the enemy. How to attack Barik.
I'm not here to hide. See and throw flies.
man!
Consider it done.
Now she has to do something. Fucking anything.
I'll tear your skin off.
Okay, we killed one. That's something. That's something for sure. Just enough.
We can do this!
Pay attention, kid.
Need you to heal, buddy. Or something.
You might learn something.
Someone's healing. No. Yes? No? Maybe? Is one of you fuckers healing, though? One of them's a fucking healer.
My armor feels... lighter. Huh.
Take that!
How could I miss?
Is he still... He is for another 12 seconds.
On it.
Still trying to hit those fuckers.
Take much. More of this.
It is very difficult to get this guy
I'll take care of it.
off of my healer for some reason. Power line choose renewal ability run to new random. I mean, I guess.
I can't take much.
I got it.
Seeing an awful lot of red. You got it.
Fuck, and he still died. In the end, he still died. I was so close there. Fuck.
Not a problem, boss. Did I always have...
I got
this
it.
much blood? Damn thing couldn't pierce cloth. I never had a chance.
Why the fuck is she altering her target? Go back! Dumb bitch. I fucking ask you to alter your target. Bloody hell.
I'm not dead yet.
Yes, baby.
You got it.
Finally.
Can't do this. Did I always have this?
Save before. Oh, I will be able to save. Oh, thank God. That would have sucked otherwise. Can I level someone up? I can. Cool. Yeah, no, that's not really my thing. Might, though. Absolutely. Barik gains a large boost of movement. No. As she's in Clash of Iron, Barik will attack twice with his normal strikes for a short time. Maybe. Not a bad idea. We'll go with that one for now. That was a little difficult. For fuck's sake. Well, we figured it out, and these fuckers are still alive. Move this boulder with ease. Magic of that magnitude may be crucial for taking Vendron as well. Ah, a fate binder. How fortuitous. For us, I mean. Decidedly not for the Oathbreakers. Whether intended or not, we're indebted for your help. Well, obviously it is intended. What the fuck? You're welcome. May the stones guide your steps, and may you walk without falter on sturdy ground. I need to speak with Commander Ironcore. I'm afraid I'll have to do, as I am the mage in charge of the circlet. Earthshaker Hellspar at your service. Where's the rest of you? The Oathbreakers felled Grisender before we could erect the barricade, but our circle alone was all Master Oryx could feasibly spare. We're here, and though wayworn, we're ready to help. Wait, your commander isn't here? With all due respect, Fatebinder, it's not a matter I'd expect you to understand. We absolutely cannot abandon Cairn to the Stone Sea. As we've only recently located him and are in the process of constructing a fort to guard his remains, we could not spare another mage, especially now when the beast tribe that flocked to Cairn in his final days is becoming increasingly territorial and contentious. And so Radix refused Ash's orders. I'm not of a rank to make such sweeping evaluations, but I'd say he interpreted them in his own manner and to the best of his judgment. Rather than outright refusing them, he is an Iron Guard after all. His decisions, though difficult to make as they may be, will certainly embolden our routing of the tiers. And if your general's entire army is dead... If they... What? How? Oh yeah. The Overlord has issued an edict of execution. If we don't take the well by Kairos' Day of Swords, everyone here will die, including Ash. Well, clearly Master Oryx was unaware of the severity of the situation. Had we known, assuredly, the guild would have come in full force. Regardless, it looks like you're all we've got. Report to Sevius at his favorite camp. He'll have further orders for you there. These people.
Sorry, I can't.
Am I wasting time? Absolutely. Am I gonna regret that? Probably. Am I still gonna try it anyway? Yes. If it turns out that we ran out of time later, I'll do something else. Okay.
What do you need?
Nothing from any of you, it seems.
My lord what can I do for you? My armor, safe.
Okay. Heyo. Hi guys. Anything new? Does it look like it? Oh, but you guys at least moved, which is cool. Okay. With all due respect, our cohorts have proven themselves against these apex fools time and time again. What can your Earthshakers do other than get in the way? I don't want to be here, Sevius. And my orders don't involve proving our value to you. If the Great General doesn't want magic on his side, then he can order us to stand down and sit this one out. I don't question what your mages bring to the table, Hellspar, but I have my reservations about your leaders. Why couldn't Radix show up to the siege himself? If he has more pressing issues than the state of the conquest, I should like to hear about it from his mouth. If Radix is not inclined to help, perhaps a next of kin might take his place. I hate to upset the chain of command during a time of war. Perhaps Radix's brother can convince him to remember his duty. Fatebinder, I thank you for the part you played. You didn't have to risk yourself, but you did so all the same. My cat is now meowing. She really wants back into the room. Last time she was in a room, she misbehaved. She will not be getting in for a while. Hey, you want to talk now or? Nope, we're still being a little bitch. Gotcha. Okay, so now they have a bunch of mages, I guess. That continues to be fucking hilarious.
Sorry, I can't. Sorry, I can't.
Nothing new though. These are just regular motherfuckers. Can I talk to her about anything new? Edict draws near, blah blah blah. Nothing new. Still nothing. Well, we tried, which means the only thing left to do now is to get the iron from the Echo Call crossing, which I need to go to anyway because of the quest. is a little late actually. And I've been really tired all day. So I think this is a good place for us to stop. And then tomorrow we will be continuing the main quest. Since we've pretty much done all the side quests. Oh. All party members near you receive a bonus to resolve. Cool. That's neat. Did you reply? Remind the Archons of their duties to the Overlord. One can hope. May fortune favor your endeavor. Aww. See you guys tomorrow.